up, misfits, one and all, to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting.
Schmishmail.
Schmishmail? Yes, exactly. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. That's right. Tonight we are watching the opposition viewpoint, or rather a video from the channel Missing the Mark.
Which he certainly is.
It's a weird channel name. His name is not Mark, and it must be, even if it was trying to be about Mark, wouldn't you call it hitting the mark? Anyway.
Missing Mark Reid?
Yeah, that's what I thought, exactly. YouTube.com/MarkReidAtheism. Boom.
This guy's an asshole.
A better Mark, even though, once again, this guy isn't Mark. Anyway, called Stupid Things Atheists Say. That's right, you guessed it. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time being bad. Oh my. What is up, all of you misfits out there on the intertubes? I don't know how they... Well, as I hit the microphone, I don't know how they fit it through there. But welcome, everyone, one and all. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Or, hey, if you know someone interested on the topic of if you need religion to be good, you're bad, the share button, as well as that bell icon, can be set to all to send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Woohoo! Like, what is up, everyone out there? Tacos, what is up, Rubiks? That's right, we need more Twitch love out there. We are building the community at Amy Newman Skeptic out there on Twitch TV. Sending so much love. Woohoo! What is up, James Wolfe and X Music and Krish and Double Rubiks? If a deity is the only thing keeping you from committing atrocities, you are not a good person. Yes.
That reminds me of Eric Hovind one time. I think he said something like, because if there was no God, I would just be out raping and killing, and every time I saw an attractive woman, I would rape her. If anybody pissed me off, I would just immediately kill them because, hey, there's no God.
Yes, really, exactly. The only thing from genocide, rape, and murder is the invisible best friend upstairs. What is up, Marty?
You're afraid Jesus is going to be mad at you.
Yeah, Mark should be in later. Oh, my. I saw him on some sort of stream just on Richard Madison's. I was lurking. And sometimes twerking is kind of my thing. But what is up, Pat? Woo-woo.
Hey, Pat, good to see you.
Sending love. Doorknob.
A lot of members out there.
Dr. Tapiocaweasel, I know. Sending all of the love to our members out there. We are Duchess of Clutches. What is what the are you talking about? We are talking, if you need religion to be good, you're bad. In fact, I tell James, right, kind of made a key because the name was so long. It would have been Skeptic and Ranting, Stupid Things Atheists Say. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. And that was like, wow, I could have came by the time, just keep the mouth open. But we tried to shorten it down to Stupid Things Atheists Said. And then I noticed, wow, there's just a whole bunch of Stupid Things Atheists Say apparently on his channel. So there may be a whole multitude bad things, apparently, arguments that atheists put forward. So we simplified. We made that
we'll see about that.
complexity into something simple, which I can't believe. James, can you imagine a mind actually preferring something simple rather than really complex? Isn't that weird?
Well,
Weird?
isn't complexity and redundancy the product of minds? Like,
Yeah, you would think so, but you can have very complex systems without any minds at all. The weather system can be very complex. The water cycle could be very complex, but doesn't mean the ecosystem very complex. Doesn't mean
a lot of moving parts. Yeah.
yes. But we are sent in love.
That's one thing because they don't understand evolution, so their entire concept of like ecosystem formation and everything, it's just yeah.
Yes, I would say for whatever reason, evolution has become, is the jump going to happen?
He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it. Make me cough. Listen.
What are you doing, Gizmo?
But
come here, look at everything.
Yeah, evolution seems to be a proxy war for creationists, for God, who just don't like that is how the diversity of life happened. And I just had to laugh. This is something I shared, I think, with James the other day as well, is that I have started a Bio 102 course because I am addicted to academia. And like week 1, I shiz you not, week 1. Like, I almost want to do it. I don't want to, like, DOS myself, but, like, just have to very specifically, like, go in here. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Oh, you know what? I can get the actual screenshot that I gave James. And because you always argue with these creationists about why do we even need this? It's not going to be taught in biology. So it's almost like we were going
what you doing
over. Yeah, something like that. Oh, shoving it up here. But it's almost like, see? Almost like biology. That's weird. That's really weird.
Okay.
That's really weird. This is this date. Very current. Interesting. Okay. Lesson 1. Evolution has changed over time. Oh, that's weird. Evolution changed over time. And then it says, the theory of evolution is a unifying theory of biology. That's really weird. James, why are we talking about evolution and Charles Darwin in a biology course? Nonetheless, the first lesson of the biology course. That's really weird. I'll have to think about that for a while.
Why would anybody waste time and money taking a course like that when you could just read the Bible?
Indeed. James, did you know a book said the thing? It's actually...
I mean, you could get free Bibles. I mean, sometimes you can buy a nice one, but you can find places that'll give you a free one.
Sure.
Go to a
hotel.
Hotel, yeah, there you go.
And we are sending love to Bree. What is up? Hive Science out there, looking amazing. And we are talking, if you need religion to be good, you're bad. I think that we can imagine some scenarios in which we would want you to believe in this God because you are such a psychopath. However, to think that makes you good is
strange, isn't it? Considering
yes.
This God is pretty much a psychopath himself. So if you believe in the ultimate psychopath, you'll be less of a psychopath.
Gonna stab some people too. We're God's chosen people. Who? Whoa, what is up, Kamaro Fresh? So, we will be going into an open mic later on in the stream. We're going to give basically the opposition viewpoint to our own, where we do commentary on top. And then once that's done, we're open up the open mic. But welcome. Welcome, Shane the Skeptic. Salad from Texas. Salud from Texas. I guess I could have a salad there too. I want to go back for DebateCon 3. I'm pretty sure it's going to go on. And so I'm looking forward to it.
When will that be?
I'm probably the exact same time as last time. Was it mid the holiday, before the holidays? I think November-ish. I'm trying to remember. What is up, Twitch team? That's right. What is up, everybody out there on the YouTubes? Holla, hill hugger. We are talking. We're skeptic and ranting, in fact, on if you need religion to be good, you're bad. This is supposedly a stupid argument given by atheists. We're going to watch why. In a second, I have two things of housekeeping. I'm trying to remember what the one is. The other one. Oh, I remember. I'll go the funnier one, and then I'll go towards the semi more serious
one.
Yeah, we'll start with the one that I keep on saying. Every time I'm going to ask, at least though, I'm going to ask now to record conversations. Like, go on these Discords and just like the most wonderful things erupt that you don't think, though people are starting to get shy. The more now that I stream, now people are getting sometimes hesitant to know that their calls are recorded. I don't want to record behind people's backs because that would feel shady and shit. And so, nonetheless, I went into Discord today in the Politics and Religion server to talk about being trans because that's kind of what the reactionaries, that's all they can get their mind around. Though the lady who brought me in there, we had kind of a decent conversation. Though the Mr. Batman at a certain point in there, like in the gaggle of people. I always love when I go into these because to me it always feels like dodgeball, and it's like I feel like I'm patting myself on the back when I say this, but I feel like I'm a level 30 player. And like there's a bunch of like level 3s coming in, and they're just like tranny. And I'm like,
this conversation is being recorded.
It's being recorded. Soros, we allowed to get paid for this? And so it's just like, that's cool. Your God doesn't exist. Eve's not a real person. Can you actually give snakes a vocal cord? Hey, is the McRib on sale? I would love to know how that relates to biology. And so that kind of goes nowhere. And Mr. Batman came in through the gaggle of all of this. Sir. And he came in hot and ready. As hot and ready as I imagine many another gentleman have come into his room. And
this conversation is being recorded.
That's all you got to do is play that, and then they'll know.
Exactly. Then he'll...
Yeah. Okay, now we're being recorded.
Because I was like, there's two types of people that hate the LGBTQ. And that is the religious and, well, a segment of the population very stuck in the closet. And he was like, sir, I never had any type of that talk. You are talking perversion, sir. And I just very lightly, very gently was like, well, you know, you're under God, an oath, and all this stuff. You've never had sex with a man, have you? He was like, sir, those are perversions that and as soon as he started, like, I want to say pleading the fifth on that question, the entire chat just went, vocally was like, whoa. And I heard someone interrupted both of us. They're like, whoa. So, like, have you done anything gay or...
What was it? You remember what did he say exactly when you asked him if he's had sex with men?
He said that we all suffer with, like, perversions. We all suffer with our I don't know how he worded it specifically, other than to basically say, yeah, I've
He's not
definitely
denying it.
sucked a big D, but I no
he's not
longer
denying
do
it.
it now. And so I was like, yeah, there you go, everyone. Every time. And I was just giggling the entire time, because after that, they just all turned on him. Because there's no one, it's like that. It's hard after you suck one dick to then at least plead that you're completely heterosexual. If you've been forced into it, okay. But like, there's no like, maybe I'll try. I just tried it once. It wasn't for me.
Oh.
Or I just tried it twice and it wasn't for me. Listen, it gets to the point where you get like, Tom, Family Man, and you're coming on a stream telling me you're addicted to semen. True story. Not even I wish I was fabricating.
I mean, it's like, you ever heard of Semaholics Anonymous? Like,
I know, exactly. James.
I'm addicted to
it's
cum
the pineapple
cum.
in the pizza. It goes right down directly there. But yes, I think I'm going to be recording conversations every time. I'm just going to enter a room and be like, hey, everyone, I'm recording this. Fuck. So let's get to the other, like, just funsies. Is that I'm going to keep on saying it. I may be the only, though I think there will be more gaining on his side. We'll see. Because Brett Keane, this is what it feels like to be supported. Because I've seen at least you just doing a stream that I need to check out with Bridge the Divine, another brother from my mother, with J.L. Warren, just talking about the indecency of Kent Hovind. And then he did another stream on his channel, which I have to I knew there were certain apologists that did this, and this person actually wasn't on my radar for this, but it makes sense. And so now that I see it, and I don't want anyone to just believe me. I want everyone to see it for themselves and them be the judge. Okay? We're going to play a game. So this is Ken Hovind's. This is Ken Hovind's channel. You know it is because it says official. There you go. Ken Hovind official. Now he has 222,000 subscribers. All right? That's a lot of subscribers. Pretty good, if you ask me. And
220? Yeah, actually, I wonder, like a year ago, it was in like the 150, 160 range.
Not bad. Means he's basically trending upwards.
Like 40%
he's hot.
up.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. So, like, let's just go down to one of his videos over here. We'll go down here. Let's see. So here's a 30-minute long video. There we go. Here's a nice 30-minute long. And we have here.
You see right there, that's his making babies. If you guys remember, he was doing a weekly stream at one point on how one particular set of animals has sex. Because apparently he has, watching sea sponges have sex is important to Ken.
It looks like a normal page. This looks like the Ken Hovind we know, blah, 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 blah. I don't subscribe to the people I don't support, but I watch his channels and stuff. And so here we have look at this. The down count's going on. He's got this. And he's got 160 people giving him good upvotes. Sounds like a lot, right, James? It's 160 people actually going out of their way to click up.
Yeah, right?
Pretty good. And so we're at 37. Why don't we do a comparable video? Let's do, so we have here, this is a gentleman, another small vlogger. We call Aaron Ra.
Oh, yeah.
So here we have Aaron Ra. not that many more subscribers than Kent. A little
40,000
bit
more.
But generally speaking,
they're in the same league, right?
In the same league, should be negligible. And so, we'll go to a video that is, comparable
How many
in
likes
size.
is he getting?
And so let's just find a video. We'll do the 28. And so, James, you want to take a guess? It was 150. So that you could go lower, but my bet would be
maybe 200.
200. Okay, let's go. So
5.2
thousand.
5.2 thousand.
Do you kind of see? I don't know if we need to do a side-by-side comparison. Does anyone see something here that might be not like the other?
Let me do the math on that.
That's weird. 56,000 views, 2.6. 56.
That's 34 times the amount of.
Wait, hold on, James.
Video has.
Let me do the math instead. Shit! It turns out that he's a fraud. That's weird. Came up right there. You just do the math.
Well, look at the views that our Raw video has been out for 8 days. It has 56,000 views. That Kent video has been out for 3 weeks and has 2.6 thousand views. Because I guess apparently people don't want to listen to Kent talk for 30 minutes about sponges having sex.
That's weird. I know. He can't get his ravaging audience that he's been just escalating upwards towards to really, I don't know, view it, like it, anything about it. That's weird.
What y'all don't know, what you don't realize is that Kent's probably fucking his SpongeBob doll under that desk right there.
True. It's the very subtle. That's where the real
I'll give
hits
you a
come
baby
in.
SpongeBob.
But yes, I couldn't help but notice this because maybe it's more noticeable on people that we wouldn't expect to have it. And so we go, oh, we know. But I think Kent almost wants to give himself the gravitas. We think he should because of maybe it's proportion of asshole. It's just that much. And so we just think he should. But I think what a real community, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you need a more proof positive empirical as googly analytics broken down for children version as you need of why you cannot and should not buy subscribers.
Just look
right there. Right there. But yeah. I don't know. I guess thank you, Brett Keane, for sending that out. I'm going to continue sending the support. I hope that you eventually, as you gain allies and the people that, atheists, theists, or otherwise, who think that he's an a-hole. I know Adam Lohr, another atheist, that even when he goes up against other atheists, I think he knows Kent is a-hole. And, we'll see where the real friends lie at the end of the day. That's where I'm going to say, what is up, Christian, Jordan Allen, and Hive Science still, and Doorknob Head? I'm still sending you love, and Shane and everyone. We're about to get into the opposition viewpoint. I just couldn't help myself because we need more people to be against con artists, frauds, snake oil salesmen. This has nothing to do with theism, with Christianity, or even your specific flavor of Christianity. Asshole. If I could put it into more plain of English.
He also asked for his son.
Say that again?
You also say you had a graph for Kent count?
I know that Kent was, or I know that Brett was going over a different. I think he was using some sort of analytics program, but all you have to do is go on there for yourself and look at the actual data. It could be that he has a massive crowd that is completely unengaged. It
He has
would
a lot
be
of hate
highly
subscribers, too.
surprising.
Because
That
people
is
subscribe
true,
to him just to
but he didn't have a lot of
watch his
downvotes.
stupidity.
Didn't have a lot of downvotes. Didn't have a
No.
lot of... and I think if you also do comments, another factor that we're factoring in, collecting, that RN absolutely trounces him as well. And so, and I don't think you would... I think you'd find that among other YouTubers. It's very simple. You can't buy an audience. You can't buy a community. And it's worse when you're selling the invisible product. Dramatically. Sending love to chat. So much love to chat. Yeah, we're about to get into the opposition viewpoint. I guess we're going to quickly give out our little loves. So I want to actually continue. We're trying to do a drive, at least on Patreon. We are trying to get past 200. Oh, no! James got taken by Satan, who is like Satan, but 50% softer. That's okay. I'm going to keep on doing the shout-outs while James works with Gilbert in hell to get our timeshares unlocked. We're trying to really sink down a bunch of new clienteles near the Lake of the Damned. But sending love to our Patreons. We're trying to hit 200 at our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman. One of the best ways to help us make even more awesome content, and for me to just get really silly props, because I like bringing up snakes with vocal cords. I like showing Barbarita because she is so adorable and we should all touch her noodly appendage. And who doesn't love drowning babies? I always love it when we go to a happy place. Anyway, sending love to our Patreons as well as our channel members, who you can join the growing Skeptic and Ranting channel members with our evolving badge system right below, which kind of trigger young Earth creationists. Including all the people, our super chatters, our subscribers, and of course, viewers, including some amazing people like Chris Disciple. Woo! Sending so much love, Chris, because we have theists and Christians, pagans, all sorts of people in our Skeptic and Ranting community cozy in with the agnostics and the atheists and everybody. Sending love to Chris Disciple as well as Dale Pastel.
Thanks, Chris and Dale.
Love, Dale. Doo-doo. As well, we're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence, if you don't mind. Not like snakes with vocal cords, please. Sending love, Dale. And
Thanks,
also sending love to James Wolfe. We howl at the moon. Oh, because we kind of do late night streams, including this one.
Sometimes.
So sending love sometimes. We don't do 18 hours a day, but we leave those for the Bible studiers out there. Sending so much love to Dale Pastel, James Wolfe, Chris Disciple, and Rachel Holland. The amazing, fabulous, wonderful, reminding us that slavery with like the pink fuzzy cuffs and then like a spank on your butt, good. Non-consensual slavery where you're taking people from the nations around you, bad. If they needed a PSA. Anyway, sending so much love, Rachel Holland.
Well, thank you, Jordan Allen, for the super sticker.
Sending love to Jordan Allen, who's sending us in a super sticker. And I have to check it out now. Oh, it's a little demon-y imp. A little... Sending so much love, Jordan Allen.
Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you so much for love and support. We're sending that right back. Saying so much love to the whole Skeptic and Ranting community, to Jordan Allen and Senator Cato. Sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us that we are looking for a separation of church and state. Yeah. Kind of just don't have to be atheist countries. We want secular countries. I know the two sometimes get confused, but no, we just want everyone to have their own religious views. It's crazy. Or non-religious. And then last, but certainly not least, we are sending love to Ian Davenport.
Thanks, Ian.
Ian, doom, doom. Watchmaker arguments are stupid. Doom, doom. But they spent thousands
the
of
shit we're gonna
years
get in this video is pretty
workshopping.
stupid, huh?
Oh my god. Like, you can tell, I want to show the like to, I have a thing on here so you can see the like to dislikes, and even
Is
at a
it bad?
time you can't have, oh, it's bad.
Okay.
Bad amount, which means it's so good. Sending
People
love to
making an ass out of themselves.
Yes, well, like,
Seriously.
it's just an entire straw man of all the things to, like, and he makes very silly statements and ad hominems at the same time. Sending love to Ian Davenport, sending love to Matt Deeg, who reminds us that we are just looking for a little bit of empirical evidence. Doesn't have to be a lot of it, but, oh no, that's Dale. Well, Matt Deeg is too. Matt Deeg is reminding us that we're looking for a theory, like a working framework of facts. That word triggers a, oh, James, I actually need to take this. Can you take over for just 1 second? I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah, I got you guys. Hope everybody's doing good today. This is a video that I found maybe. This one's been on the menu for a couple weeks now. I found it, and guy really makes an ass out of himself. I don't know. But, yeah, it'll be a lot of fun to pick that apart. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Let's see. It's Thursday. So Monday is me and Mark Reid's debate on the Tang UFC debate challenge. So that'll be good. Check that out Monday night. I think it's 9 Eastern. Yep, she changed it there. X Music. It's not a long video, and we'll get through it, and then we'll open up the get the open mic going, and you guys can come on and tell us what you guys thought about it. But yes. It is a little slice of theistic stupidity, a nice lighthearted take to keep us entertained today. Yeah, these theists, they do sometimes give us some entertainment. It's kind of like the gift that keeps on giving. They're always saying stupid stuff. But Tang Gang, yep, yeah, that'll be good. Mark Reid's a good debater. It's gonna be a uphill battle for sure. Well, that's true. Scapegoat. The God of the Old Testament is pretty much impossible, and that renders the God of the New Testament pretty much impossible too, because you can't outgrow your ancestry.
Woo-hoo, I'm sorry about that, y'all. My
All right.
mom is actually in the hospital right now. Now, I knew this, but she's doing better already. She just had more of a scare. It was a low on potassium. And, however, they're looking to make sure that's just it and that it wasn't anything else as well. Even though she says she eats a banana every day, but maybe her body needs so much, she actually needs to have more bananas. I don't know, or a supplement, or who knows. Anyway, sending love to everybody out there.
I think that's a lot of potassium too.
Really? That is pretty good. I've tried.
Yeah.
Every time, the only way I could get through coconut water is if I daydream like I am on an island and this is the only thing I'm drinking, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
this makes sense to me because all I have is coconut water. Not a great
like it. It's
sell
pretty
of
good.
coconut water. It actually is, and it gets you. I used to when you're really thirsty, it actually does hydrate you fairly well. It's like a
It has
natural,
electrolytes in it. Yeah, like
yes,
potassium,
energy drink.
magnesium.
God damn it! I have been stealing her bananas again. God damn it! All right, I'm gonna have to move on to something bigger.
I've got two of
Anyway.
them shoved up there right now.
Listen.
This week.
All right, Wilson. Yes, Wilson's up there too.
Where's that baseball bat, Amy?
I have to say, my butt is like the TARDIS. It's actually bigger on the inside. Just want to put that down as a canon fact.
If you put anything more up there, it'll turn into a black hole.
Oh, exactly. It'll start. It already has an orbit as it is. Sending love again to Jordan Allen for sending in that love to us. We're sending love to Ian and Abcdeig, and last but certainly not least, we are sending love to Regos, who helps us skeptic Bible study. That's right. We are knee deep in Joshua, if you get what I mean, and he lifts too. Kind of hot, you know. He is literally basically sitting on the corpse of Moses and like, hey, this is a nice thing you built for me going on. So thank you, Israelite.
Shmishmalite.
Oh, yes, that's right. I eat every day. It's the only way we get paid.
Beansy says
per the Shmishmalite.
dried apricots have lots of potassium too. So
dried apricots. So you're saying I need to basically put my mom on an island, basically on a tropical island. I like this though. She'd probably actually like that. And my dad's a health nut. If I told my dad that, he'd be like, all happy day. Happy day. I don't know. I don't know if that sounded wholesome or goobery. Probably both. All right. Thank you to all of our super chatters, all of our Patreons, our channel members, our subscribers who hit that bell icon, whoop, and of course viewers like you. As well as our awesome mods who make this stream so great. Yeah, mods. And okay, I'm about to we're gonna get the opposition viewpoint up there. What is up, Scapegoat?
Richard
KCA, Richard Madison.
Hey, Richard.
So just give me 1 second, and then we will be hitting it out, and then we'll be going into the open mic because it won't be much longer than, or can't help it. I'm sending the links out because I can't help but bait it. I send to channels that may or may not have a good amount of theists on them. All right, that's good. And with that, let's get into the opposition viewpoint. Or rather, doing Foley. If anyone would like to know what Foley is, it's where you make your own sound effects. Or rather, a video from the channel Missing the Mark. Stupid Things Atheists Say. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. He dressed up for the occasion. I mean, I guess who am I criticizing today? But yes, let's get to it.
So what do we think about this beard here, since you are known for giving your reviews of facial hair here?
Okay, so he needs a trim. It's not that it's bad.
A little much.
Yes, it's that this right here, you can have it's not about the full beard, But you know the guy who sells like toilet paper rolls, brawny? Like you want that. You want like I have been out in the woods, but I don't really but I keep up well. Because this is I'm in the woods and I may be hunting you. You want like
with the composite bows back there, yeah.
Exactly. That's not helping at all. You want like the guy that's gonna chop down a log for you and then make you hot cocoa.
Right.
Little bit different, but he could get there. He could get there.
Shake your balls with a buck knife and then try to eat you.
Yes, exactly. More like he's going to romance you by an open fire. That's what we really should be going for. But whatever. Trey and white beater mate. What's up, Stephanie Helms? What's up, Randolph Richardson? If you could tell, this guy is probably, and by probably I mean he's going to be condescending because that I guess just goes with the territory of the clickbait titles. What's up, Native Atheist? What's up, y'all? We're gonna get into it.
Randolph out there.
And I'm gonna remember this time. We are gonna do 1.25. And with that, though, if it sounds weird, tell us in chat, y'all.
We'll slow it back down.
We'll turn it back, but we'll see if his epistemological jargon is too fast for our minds to comprehend. Mm-hmm.
On today's episode of Stupid Things Atheists Say, we're going to talk about if you need religion to be a good person, you're a bad person. Welcome to Missing the Mark.
I like how he did air quotes for himself, as if like he's not the one putting this for. Okay.
Where we look for meaning in strange places. I'm Christopher.
He had to shoot that video for like 7 hours waiting to get a bullseye.
I think all atheists are stupid.
I don't get it. Can I also just point? I just want to point out that like this is why you don't call it missing the mark. Because do you notice something here? Okay, what is going to happen? Do you see? Wait for it. He hit the mark. Like, I don't mean to be pedantic, but that's why you call your channel Hitting the Mark. I don't get it.
Maybe he's trying to say he gets the mark, but we're missing the mark. I don't know.
I really don't. I think I'll be honest with you,
I don't
James.
know where he's going.
I think even that is way too much credit. Way too much credit. But we're getting into it on Stupid Things Atheists Say, apparently. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. I don't know why I'm air quoting this. It's true. Oh, I forgot about my opening. We'll do my opening statement afterwards.
For meaning in strange places. I'm
Christopher. The open mic.
To begin with, just a few simple disclaimers. First off, nothing I say means that I think all atheists are stupid or idiots or anything. There are intelligent atheists who actually,
thank you.
In some.
Can you imagine if we just opened like a video?
We're not saying all theists are
not saying all theists are fucking stupid. Like, how did they put on their pants? One leg at a time. Whoa,
There's occasionally one who's not a total idiot, but I mean, yeah, they're not all dumb.
All right.
Reasonable fashion. And if you want a good example, check out Zarathustra Serpent, who's got a YouTube channel, smart guy. Had him on my channel for some really good conversations. Puts out stuff that's worth paying attention to. So there's an example. And also, I'm not in any way saying that all atheists say, any particular thing here. It's just a thing that I've seen a bunch. This one actually was the exact form of this was recommended by a viewer. I've seen variations of this because it's essentially the flip side of the you don't need religion to be a good person thing. And to some degree, it's also related to the whole you don't need meaning, life can have the meaning that you give it idea. They're all related to each other because it seems to stem from this bizarre inability to understand that ethics and meaning are related to each other. Because if
ethics and what?
Really simple.
What do you say?
Ethics and meaning are related to each other.
Videos, but if a living human being doesn't mean something different than a corpse does, they mean the same thing, then turning the one into the other can't be bad.
Okay. They're not the same thing. In fact, we have 3 categories. There is inanimate, living, no longer living, decaying,
Dead.
dead. And we
Living,
can
dead,
contrast that.
and not alive at all.
Yes. I don't know how to tell you this. This was never alive. This bottle, never alive.
I'm not sure the point. Is he trying to make the point that, since we as atheists don't believe we have an ultimate top-down purpose to existence, therefore the body is just a body, it's just matter, it's just the sum of it.
Somehow, I think it's always that type of extreme thing. If we're just chemicals, then how can you even tell the difference between us being alive and not alive?
Thanks, Duchess.
Thank
Got
you
a
so very
super
much,
chat?
Duchess of Clutches, $2 super chat, sending all the
Thanks,
love.
Duchess.
Boom, 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 boom. I feel all of the love, and now we're sending you love back. Woo! Woo, 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 doo-doo-doo. Sending love to the amazing Duchess of Clutches, who has been coming on and sending us love in her the panels on the open mics as
Absolutely.
well. And it's been great to hear from you and see from you, and just sending that love and support right back, Duchess. Woohoo! And don't forget to check out Randolph and Taco's streams at Randolph Richardson with an OLF, even if your spell checker says otherwise, where we do our Theist Hotline streams. They are a lot of fun.
Bad. And so it's only bad because a corpse does actually have a different meaning than a living human being does.
Yeah,
and this goes through everything. I mean, the nature of ethics, have a rational, has to be based upon the nature of the things involved. And in order to have a nature, you must have been given this nature as a contingent being. You must be given this nature by.
Why?
Yeah, that's an assertion,
Why?
and I like how he's now just trying to make what's going to be, I guess, a botched contingency argument.
Whatever gave you your being. If you don't actually have this meaning, then
there's just like some flying being out there, wom, 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 that just comes down and goes being. Well, that makes no sense. But
yeah, especially because their whole top-down purpose is really stupid. It's like basically you exist only to worship this God, only to serve him and tell everybody how great he is, and to love him and worship him and honor him and thank him. That's really like their sole purpose of existence, is just to make this dude happy. Because if you don't, he'll do really bad things to you. So yeah.
Yeah, like a mob boss who was about to break your legs. But he loves you. Really. That is, if you hand over the money, or he breaks your legs.
Yeah.
Sending love, Randolph. I can't help but agree. I feel at home out there in the Theist Helpline. Send love to T-Jump and J.O. Warren, Xerxes, Ix, Taco, Randolph. Just so many, Peter, so many amazing people over there. But yeah, we are apparently talking. I know, it really is a lot of fun. I love it every time I go on there, because they come in. It's like if you wanted to order a hot theist, like you were like, I don't know if I want Chinese food, pizza, or a theist. You wanted like a really hot theist. You would enjoy this show, because every time they come on here, like a good third of the time, they are pissed off that the notion of the show even exists.
It's like a pizza topped with crab rangoons.
You're not even. Why would you even ask evidence for God? By asking evidence for God, you basically don't. It means that you don't want evidence for God. Oh, no! I get it now.
They just get so triggered by the fact that they don't have any evidence for God, and they hate us pointing out that they don't really have good reasons to believe what they believe. We're like it's like a delusional punch bowl, and we're like the turd in it, because they are just slurping down this delicious delusion.
We're sorry if
we have to be the sticks in the mud that come and say, actually, do we have any good reason to believe any of this anyway? Well, who asked you? We like it.
It's also like playing chess and just deciding to throw yourself off the balcony or whatever instead of actually play. And I guess take the game with you. But sending so much love, we are talking about if you need religion to be good, you're bad. This is apparently one of the stupid things that atheists say, and I'm ready to be convinced.
There's no ethics that follows in a completely meaningless environment. So this idea that comes up, though, and you see this, there are a bunch of a surprising number. It should be surprising, I suppose. Maybe it shouldn't be surprising. Number of atheists who will say roughly something to the effect of like, "You're good." I'm going to just translate rather than go to the particulars. There are a lot of variations on it. They're all rhetorical and they're all pretty wrong, and they all basically amount to, you are good because you have instincts to be good, not because you rationally choose the good in the world. And you see various things put in support of it, statistics that are brought up about how it doesn't really matter what you believe, all people act the same, and statistics.
No, it's that we generally have good moral intuitions. Most of us, many of us, it feels good to do good things through experience of empathy and through sympathetic interactions. However, yeah, there are crazy people out there. There are people that feel nothing, and the only one thing that they do is want to harm people. However, these people need help. What they don't need is an invisible leash.
What do we even consider good? It seems like what we consider to be good, we got there from an evolutionary standpoint, that we regard certain things as better than others.
Sure. Well,
so yeah,
I think that generally doing good is kind of the well-being of conscious creatures, or the well-being.
We get our definition of good in terms of like from the natural world.
Sure. Well, I agree with that. I mean, I think that's 100% true. I think that the weird thing that I want to know where he gets his version of good from. Is it just good because the dude upstairs says so? Because the guy with the really large bat says it's good? That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's all that they have. It's like they like arbitrary morality because it just is what it is, because that's just what it is. And because he says so. Whereas when atheists look at morality, we actually try to have some type of logical basis behind what we think. So a Christian could just say, "Oh, being gay is bad because God says it's bad," whereas we would say, "Well, I mean, I don't really
even
think
if you have 2 or 3 atheists having a difference of opinion of morality, we're all coming into the conversation trying to understand and interact in the world with living creatures. When you're trying to base it on a God, I mean, what matters to us really has no opinion at all. Like,
Right.
it is very weird. It's just the mob boss. Oh my.
Yeah, it just is what it is because it just is. Thanks, Disciple.
And thank you so much, love, Disciple Day. I actually have to do this. Sending love from Disciple Day. Here is some arbitrary money. $5 super chat from Disciple Day. Woo! Thank you so very much. And see, I think you picked arbitrary purposefully, right? Because arbitrary based on a mind. Sending so much love to Disciple Day. We are having fun tonight. We are skeptic and ranting. In fact, people are telling us if you need religion to be good, you're bad. That's kind of actually, like I was telling to James, we normally end when I first started working with Gizmo about titles, I wouldn't add like question marks to a lot of our title. And I think it used to anger or confuse some people because it would be like atheism defeated. And people would be like, what is it? And it's like, so I started putting question marks and it'd be like atheism defeated. And I think people would expect that it was us disagreeing. This time I just flipped it. I just couldn't do the stupid things atheists say, ? It's no, if you need religion to be good, you're bad. No, that's a good statement right there, right up there. Don't know what to tell you, but maybe he'll convince us otherwise. Though I know our audience is filled with amazing, wonderful people.
Are lacking in all sorts of ways. Who they're actually comparing, how true they are. They're often very, very cherry picked sorts of stuff. They invariably avoid confounders and so on. Anyway, so you'll see various statistics brought up like this, but the basic idea at its core is, roughly speaking, that it is normal for people to just instinctively be good and not be tempted to be bad. And that if you actually need to be told what is good, if your instincts do not just always unerringly lead you to be good, such that you are good without effort, then there is something wrong with you.
A lot of us don't need to be told. I understand that from a good portion of humans, we still have to learn empathy. You know, we're children. We just want our toy. And so we have to be like, well, no, wouldn't you? You have to sit them down and say, hey, wouldn't it be nice if you were able to share your toy? Sometimes that happens, though naturally I just get joy out of rubbing a kitten's head. I get joy out of feeding them. It's just the chemicals in my brain do it naturally. Not saying that everyone has that chemical reaction, but I think a lot of people do.
But I mean, nobody is good all the time. I mean, nobody is perfect. Sure. Everybody has their flaws and their failings and the time when they don't do what they know they should do. And yeah, none of us are perfect, atheists or theists. It's just,
Yeah, well, there's sure, I would say that we all, it's not about, they would say, and reframe it in like a sinning type of framework, but it's not we all fall short of God. It's that we all fall short of being kind, fair, or empathetic to each other sometimes.
We're not always
our
better self.
Yeah, sometimes we're a little bit selfish or greedy, or we do something we know we shouldn't do, and that we regret about, and we
don't have
exactly. And I think that's part of being a human. But the healthy way to express that is what, in my opinion, what we're doing is to admit that the only way you can actually get better at something is by facing up to it. And you can't get forgiveness from a God. I hate to break it to any of the theists watching. I know you're good men and women, but there's only one person that you can get forgiveness from. It's not even ourselves oftentimes, although that's a good place to start sometimes if you've been beating yourself up. But the only place you can get forgiveness from, if you punch someone in the face, there's only one person you can really seek forgiveness from. It's the person you punched in the face. We're not talking rocket surgery here. I feel like a lot of times theists make it more complicated than it has to be. It doesn't mean we can't and shouldn't have these hard moral conversations that James, T-Jump, and myself can't all get in a room and talk about why morality is objective, subjective, or somewhere in between. But I think we can all agree that you don't need religion to be good.
And that's just so wrong. No, I mean, there is a vague instinct. It's got the slightest kernel of truth. The slightest kernel of truth is that we are a fallen species. And so, yes, we should, in fact, always do everything correctly. Although an unfallen human being will do everything rationally. They just aren't going to be, they're not going to regard temptation in an inordinate fashion such that they're pulled away from what they rationally know to be good. But it's not like,
hard.
All the feelings and instincts of an unfallen human being. Being reasonably, especially of one habituated to the good, being directed towards goodness is going to mean that they are not rationally engaged in choosing the good. So it's a really tiny little kernel of truth there. And in this fallen world, it's just idiotic. People are bad. People are really bad. People do very bad.
That's true. There are a lot of bad people in the world. As much as the optimist that I am, just bad people out there who do bad things. However, that doesn't mean that the statement, if you need religion to be good, you're bad, is wrong.
But you know, I mean, on their side, you know, from his point of view, there are a lot of really bad people out there. There are a lot of people doing really bad things. And, you know, there's a dude who can put a stop to it all, and he don't do shit. He just sits down, gets popcorn, just watches the chaos, watches the suffering and death, indifferent to it all. Yeah, I'll go back down there at some point. When I'm good and ready, I'll go back and clean the shit up. But until then, you know, I'm just gonna sit here and watch.
God damn it! But Jersey Wives 27 is on. Come on, or Jersey Shore. There we go. Yeah, kind of nonsense, but yeah.
Things all the time, and if you haven't seen it, look up the Milgram experiment. There are a number of psychological experiments that were actually really interesting. I mean, they're not without their faults, right? They're very smooth.
I've mentioned that experiment before.
You know, the students were divided up into prison guards and people in prison, or
yes.
I can't remember the name of the one, but
no, he's naming the wrong experiment.
And this is where you basically can trick people. What sounds like what he's trying to hint at is where they tricked people, or not tricked, but they made people shock bad people.
Yeah, that's the Milgram experiment.
Bad is what he's trying to explain that.
He's talking about the experiment where they got random people and they said, okay, you're going to be inmates in this made-up jail, and you guys are going to be the guards in this made-up jail, and just look at the dynamic and how, you know, the dynamic between the two groups happens.
Gotcha.
What takes shape and what, you know, undercurrents.
Prison dynamics. All of a sudden, the people with power start to just go. It goes to their head. The people without start to, the different psychological they actually become victims because the people with power start to attack them and go after them and abuse them and stuff.
I mean, it's kind of like a Lord of the Flies type situation.
I was gonna say that book.
Yeah, we once we get removed from
in a church
from this modern world, that we can sometimes degenerate into anarchy or savagery, or, you know, just not act like we normally would.
Also, it took me a second. Sending love to Scapegoat and everybody out there. Also sending love. It's Pirate Cat. Sending love to Cat out there, who is she is brilliant and amazing. I see her on the Politics and Religion server Discord. I always say this: all of the females on that server are a million leagues just more intelligent, witty, easier to hold a conversation with.
Server?
It's just so funny on the Politics and Religion. You know, oftentimes the guys are just like boo, 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 and they generally are like, you're so emotional, and then all they do is just blurb all of this toxic emotional stuff. And it's just the women. I don't know what it is about it. Atheist, theist, liberal, conservative. Women. Woohoo! Sending so much love. Oh, sending love to Empathy Respect. Thank you so very much. I had a wonderful time being interviewed on Empathy Respect on Diesel's channel. It was a fun interview. I think he said we were supposed to be go for an hour, and we went for 2 hours because it was just having a blast. And so sending love to you, Empathy and Respect. Sending love to you, Diesel. And everyone should go check out his channel. But okay, we're getting back into the fun. We're in, apparently, I like how he's we went through the disclaimers, and we are in a fallen species. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. Apparently, this is a bad thing of stupid things atheists say.
Electric shocks to people and would go to now the person was acting, but they go to great lengths and so on. These were all done in the aftermath of World War II, and people wondered, well, how could the Nazis be as evil as they were? And they started doing experiments to see, could Americans ever be that evil? The answer's obviously yes. Of course they can. The idea that there's something special magic evil about the Nazis, that they weren't human beings who, and so the rest of us couldn't could never be tempted to be that evil. It's so stupid. Obviously, we can
Also,
all be tempted.
You do
be
have to
evil.
have at least one God wins law at least once an episode.
And given the right temptation, a lot of people will give into that temptation and be really freaking evil. The idea, and this kind of gets to a lot of the internet atheists that you will see, because I'm primarily talking about internet atheists. They are fairly well-to-do, like middle class.
He's talking about us.
Some form of middle class, at least. They're comfortable by historical standards. They're rich. They don't face temptation all that frequently because, like, most of their basic wants are all just sort of like automatically met with minimal effort. Their parents took care of them for a very long time. May still be for a lot of them on the internet. The atheists, they find older ones, but they do tend to be fairly young. The partially relates to the way that like atheism does not have a great retention rate.
So just
people just figure out that it's wrong pretty often. But anyway,
just basically like all those comfy atheists never had to have anything suffer or terrible in their lives. You can tell that's true. I've never had anything bad happen in my life. Never anything bad.
In any event, like they had their needs generally taken care of, and then and anyway, where they are now tends to be doing fairly decently by the historical standards of the world, such that like none of them particularly are really worried like where their next meal is coming from, and not the one after that or the one after that. There isn't. Most of them are not in any sort of immediate fear of death from violence and so on. So
and we can get killed in like a variety of countries, right? And so this just seems like a guy basically saying the people who disagree with me are more well off. Weird flex, I guess.
Atheists in general tend to be pretty darn comfortable, and comfortable people don't really ever imagine themselves doing anything wrong because they don't foresee temptation.
What?
And a lot of the things they do wrong, they don't really see the consequences of, so they don't really think of themselves as doing those wrong things.
Maybe. So it's just, people. I'm sure people who are rich and powerful oftentimes get money and lust and all sorts of things that we kind of think of religion. The sort of institutions that, setting so much up, that unfortunately are doing the kind of things that he is trying to, I guess, say we are. But, sending so much love, empathy, respect, sending in a $5 super chat. Hope to see you back next month. I would be absolutely honored. I could have easily talked to you for another hour. I feel the same way. You were really a delight. So much more to unpack, Amy. Hashtag Darwin Speed. Thank you so very much, Diesel. I agree. It was a lovely time talking with you. Even though we talked over so much topics, I feel like we still have a lot more fun that we could go over. So sending love over. You should have you on there. Maybe interview you. Get you on Talk Skeptic or Talk Skeptic to me. And sending so much love. I'll tell you, and I'll say, sending love to both Kat and Chris out there. I used to go on EA Dawa more. That's what I need to be going on. I said I was gonna. I think I'm gonna go on Brett Keen's channel. I said I was gonna. I think I'm gonna subscribe. Maybe I'll subscribe before the open because I think he's convinced me that I should subscribe. It takes me. It's really hard to get me to subscribe, to get from the apologist like into like you are actually promoting good content, and so I will go on there because I watch Praise's channel, I watch Standing for Truth's channel, I went Kent Hovind's channel, EA Dawa, Hasma's Den. I'm not subbed to any of these people. I love all of them. I'll go on there. Well, let's not talk about maybe if you do gravity experiments with your wife, I might actually have less love for you. But all the other people I have love for on there. And I'll sign up for Brett Keen's at the end of this. I want to continue supporting him.
I mean, you might be able to buy your subscription. How much for Kent to buy?
I know. How many? Maybe 10, maybe 1,000. Do we need 10,000? We'll get that rack down there.
There you go.
But we are gonna get into if you need religion to be good, you're bad. We're going in from atheists are comfortable is one of his pillars of this. So there you have it. Definitely not a first world problem that the United States in general would not be accused of, which is majority Christian. And yeah, okay. I mean, sure, we look at Sweden and Norway and say they're comfortable, sane, and rational, and we should probably look towards some of their systems of healthcare. But like, I don't think that that's the problem when it comes to the United States. I think we should be making more people comfortable. We still have a big wedge between the disparity between the rich and the poor, but nonetheless,
Ordinarily, we'll screw each other over all the time, and then just don't see
yeah, they
the
do.
consequences of screwing each other over. So,
Asma's Den, he's one of he is a Dawaist. So in Christians, when you are an evangelical, you evangelicalize by spreading the religion, but then there's another branch called apologetics. Apologetics is actually defending the faith. And so the opposite to that would be Dawa. Dawa, quite simply, is inviting people to Islam. And so, you know, it's not like a supposed to be a malice thing. You know, there's, you know, Khalil is out there. He has much better management now that he's with our friend, the freaking Friendly Muslim, because Friendly Muslim is such a chill guy. And so I've just noticed that his the other like really type of Hasma just has a little bit of an attitude to him. I'll go on there and stuff. But they always have chips on their shoulders like the pre-subs do. Like, I'm tired of having to convince people that we went to the moon on like a Muslim channel. Like, because there's many Muslims out there that accept science, who are scientists, and has nothing to do with religion. That's just a conspiracy theory mindset. But it's annoying to go on there because then they it's the same with the flat earther mindset. They just get this weird condescension that the the Christian flat earthers, they have the same exact thing. Oh my God, I caught it this time. But I'm sending you love, Disciple Day. Ha 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 ha! I'm sending so much love. And all right, we're going into it. We are talking. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. And we're having fun. I would say this is kind of our exact feeling right now about what we are listening to. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing where what you have is basically comfortable people in happy circumstances who can't imagine, who don't really imagine these things ever changing, can't really imagine temptation, and therefore don't ever think they give into it. And
yeah, no, we're imperfect beings living in an imperfect world. It's just that we don't need an all-seeing mind to think that we're going to be good people. But no, people are imperfect and are going to mess up, and we should not be measured, to be as completely cheesy as I can. We should not be measured by how many times we fall, only by how many times we get back up. Oh, it feels good to pat myself on the back. All right.
And then sort of pat themselves on the back.
There we go. There you go. Thank you.
There's a variant
This
of this.
dude is setting
One I've
me up.
seen, and to be fair, it's mostly rhetorical rather than thought out. Was it Penn Gillette of Penn and Teller? I don't know. I don't remember if it's him or not. It's credited to someone, but when something like this, when pointed out that like, atheism doesn't provide any reason whatever to not murder people, since after all, why does it matter the particular collection of the subatomic particles, since like everything else is just a meaningless happy phenomenon.
They always go to like heavy nihilistic arguments that we don't entertain because they're silly to dwell on. It would be like, oh my God, I'm going to die. one day. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And this person is like a 20-something-year-old. And you're like, hey, Billy, well, why are you freaking out? And they're like, you don't understand. I'm going to die. We're all mortal. And it's like, it's true, Billy, but like, you're kind of young. You still got a lot of years left. You got a lot going for you. Enjoy the ride a little bit, maybe. Have a good time. If you're just freaking out that the roller coaster is going to end, you're not going to enjoy the roller coaster.
Phenomenon. Or the simpler, the sort of lower tier version of that, which is since there's no consequences, if you can get away with murdering somebody, why not? It's not like you could go to hell for it or anything. So like, what would prevent you from giving into that temptation? Those are basically the same sort of thing, just presented at different levels. And supposedly to counter that, somebody, maybe Pendulette, maybe not. I don't know. I kind of want to say yes, but
Pendulette is amazing.
Look it up
Sending
if you
love
are
to
going to
him.
rely on that in any way, because I'm not certain of that. Said, I've already murdered the number of people I want to. 0.
Often said. Once again, he's about to roast statements I just think are amazing. It is often said by atheists, we kill the exact amount of people we want to every day. And that answer is 0. Because we don't want to kill people. We don't need that invisible hand telling us to. It was Penn. It's a good point. Atheists are heartless.
Do you want a medal for your lack of ambition?
What a straw man. All of these are straw man. Like, okay, atheists are comfortable. Atheists are harmless. We don't believe
you want
this.
us to pat you on the back and say good boy because like you have no ambition to kill people?
Yes, that's a good thing. Like, I like how his counter, like, wow, you don't have any ambition to kill anybody? Well, la-dee-da. Look at Goody Two-Shoes over here.
When was the last time you wanted to kill somebody?
Woo, Jesus.
I mean, it's like they think we'd be like living in the purge, like that.
I know, it's like,
Yeah.
it's like he's...
I think I'm going to go. I really wish I could go kill my neighbors, you know. I mean,
like it is. Like he's just sitting there with like someone else's face on his face, and he's just like, wow, look at this guy over here. Doesn't wear the skin of his victims all over him or purge his enemies with the blood of their own. God. Okay, yeah, no, I think maybe like a therapist, I don't know, maybe like some weed or like some tea, I don't know, maybe like chill out.
Like you're harmless, you're a harmless little sheep, just 0 desire for anything that could involve that.
Like
Okay.
There's like a little bit of difference between like a harmless sheep and not needing to murder everyone. I don't know if there's like a little bit of a sliding scale between like that guy cut me off and I'm really dislike him, and between, you know what, maybe I shouldn't cut off Sarah's head tonight.
yeah.
I mean, I don't understand, and you see this a bunch. This whole like, you're tempted to do something that would harm people. What? How low of a worm are you? How much of a non-entity are you that you've never faced any temptation to harm anybody?
How much of a worm are you that you never wanted to kill someone? Now, I know that a lot of people will go, holy moly, I really would fucking shoot or whatever terrible thing. But do you need a god? Is that really, that's the barrier. That's the barrier right there. It's not just like you letting out frustration. It's just God's holding you back.
But like, you can't imagine any way in which your life could be better that involves harming others. Like, what on earth is going wrong with you that you have absolutely no ability to comprehend any version of reality?
What? Now he's looking at us and being like, what is wrong with you? Why don't you want to kill people? We want to do this all the time. I feel like this is more revealing of him than us, but okay.
In which you doing bad things could be in that moment pleasurable or good. It's kind of weird. Like,
No, well, yeah, I guess it is kind of weird. Like, you find this is your expression to when people come to you and say, hey, maybe we should kill everyone. You're like, what's the fun in that?
if you are habituated to the good, you will have a natural repugnance towards these things because of that habituation. Fair enough. And, in a rational consideration, if you have a rational framework whereby, for example, murder is bad, then you will, of course, also have that sort of, learned and rational repugnance to it, because you think like, no, I'm not going to do such a thing because it would be bad. I'm supposed to.
That's true. Now that we brought it up at least once before, I guess I'm not a gun or anti-weapon of anything. It is just a weird message to be like, to have a bunch of compound bows behind you and be like, who hasn't had a thought to kill people?
Right.
What person hasn't wanted to go to their town hall, wait out by the hill with the little bush that gives you cover, and just take aim for everyone that you can? It is a normal feeling.
Maybe like Rambo with the exploding arrows.
I guess so. Oh, hey, not only Rambo, but now I get to give a little Marvel shout out. Give my little Hawkeye. He's a real superhero, goddammit. Just like the others. It's the trick arrows. He never misses. Okay, never misses. What are we talking about? Right, a psychopath. I'm just kidding. We would never want to straw man him, though it is kind of like a guy kind of trying to convince us right now that we're weird for not wanting to kill people. But, like, whatever.
Of other human beings. God gave to me to love other human beings, and so that's what I'm supposed to be doing. And so I'm not going to, I'm not going to entertain
otherwise,
these sort of ideas in which hurting people,
kill everybody.
Where I would hurt people for fun or profit or what have you.
This is the type of guy, I think Matt Dillahunty has said this, I think Christopher Hitchens has said this, where it's like, yeah, if like the only thing stopping you is God, then I guess keep that imaginary best friend. It's just a little scary because that is a dam made out of paper mache. Like, I'm glad it exists, but oh my, I wouldn't like allow you near anything not bubble wrapped. Let's tell you that much.
Right?
Because that would be bad. So you're supposed to think
this
sort of thing. And it is true, you're supposed to think this often enough that you have a habituation towards it so that you would have some sort of natural revulsion to it. But if you can't even imagine something in which you could perceive the upsides, you're just very, very unimaginative. I mean, you should be able to overcome this. This should not be.
Oh, just look at history. Our eyes
you're not like put in
be amazed.
In the thing where the temptation is particularly vivid, because I mean, it wouldn't be hard to imagine being in a temptation where this is a particularly vivid temptation. I mean, just imagine that somebody raped and murdered your child if you have children. I'm guessing most of these atheists don't, but like
I'm sure it's a thought that goes right. I love that pot shot that he also did. We're hypothetical ever, but like a little pot shot that this wouldn't even happen because there are no atheist parents out there. Sure, buddy.
Pet or somebody's just pointlessly cruel to you. That crying out, that feeling you have that cries out for vengeance, that there should be justice, that there should be a balance.
Wait, no.
Addressed against this person who has committed such evil. Like, just think about that for a moment, and you would have a situation in which you would want to harm another person in order to bring about that the justice that instinct of vengeance cries out for.
Vigilante
it's not
justice?
That hard if you put a little bit of thought into this to come up with scenarios in which you would be tempted to something. And now, suppose you're in a war. Suppose you're actually in a war.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard in which you can imagine. Oh, James got summoned by Satin again. 50% softer. Yes. You can imagine many horrible situations in which we would have to defend ourselves, in which we would have to protect ourselves. However, I can't imagine many situations in which I would just lob people's heads off for fun, in which I would just rape, murder, genocide. Even stealing for fun is a completely foreign concept, and I hear... If not, I think I had a friend who was a klepto. It's just not my... Just take my cannabis. But yeah, we're coming in. We are not only they can't imagine once again, not straw men. And this is his own naming. He had to type this out with his own fingers. Atheists are comfortable, atheists are harmless, and you can't imagine harm. He changed it up. He had to go really personal. They just can't. You personally cannot imagine harm. And now we're in you can't imagine temptation. It makes so much sense.
Or can get tempted to all sorts of horrible things where their survival is very much on the line in a wide variety of ways. And there's a reason why soldiers are so well known throughout history for doing so many terrible things, and that's because
two things. One, humans can be bad out there. War also makes us do bad things, and sometimes it gives people a vessel who already like to do bad things have it. However, I'm very proud of our military and our services.
No, that's a good question, Pat.
And I'm wondering if this has ever had. I wonder if this has ever had to make actual decisions involving the taking of life. Yeah, wondering if he has ever had to make actual decisions involving the taking of life. Yeah, probably
has
not.
Had to make those decisions before. Pat, being a police officer, I'm sure that's come up a few times in his times, and yeah.
Speaking of which, my brother is less than a year away from his pension. He'll tell you, I say it, he's 7 months, 30 days, 20 hours, and 37 minutes, but 26 seconds. But who's counting?
Who's counting, right?
Exactly. What is up, Mark Reid? Mark, help me out here. This channel is called Missing the Mark. Okay? His name is Chris. He's not talking about Mark.
Missing Mark Reid.
And then he has his opening thing is him hitting a bullseye and him not missing the mark. Help me out here. What is the logic to? It hurts in just everything. Just the communication, the marketing background, the ads, and just the everything in the back of my head just hurts.
Well,
then again, nothing else he said kind of made sense either. So,
as Pat said, are those sleeves professionally tailored for him, or
professionally tailored?
Did you just find something that was just an amazing fit on the rack?
Exactly. These are academics. This is his academic wife beater.
Because they're put in a position where they are tempted like people normally never aren't. So, yeah.
Why, really? Absolutely empty statements, as if atheists aren't put into anything tempting at all, ever. Okay.
I think the whole thing comes down to the sort of atheists we're talking about are extremely unimaginative people who.
No, we can imagine things.
People, but where's Barney? Use your imagination, kids. I mean, really.
Yeah, it's not about our imagination. We can imagine horrible things. Actually, once again, just to use the same line, look at history. It's very creative. I mean, we're probably going to do even more stuff in the future, unfortunately. But my goddess, that's not incredulity is not the problem here, except for this gentleman who is incredulous. Has ignorance of any actual credible, sound, and valid arguments.
So, I mean, if you're provoked, yeah, sure, anybody can do almost anything in a severe enough situation. If you're provoked, theist or atheist, that nobody's immune from that. So, I mean, if something terrible happens, and you're in that moment, you just going to stop yourself and say, "Oh, Jesus would be sad if I did something,"
Well, I mean, if you're in a situation, I consider myself a pacifist. I consider myself someone who actually advocates not killing. And yet, I will stand by that number one of the most dangerous positions to hold, lined in body bags. And number two, still need to defend yourself. You can't just be a walking target. There's still going to be bad people doing
You have
bad
to be
things.
prepared.
Can't be prepared. So yes, no, it is not about us trying to hug Bambi. It is that to not be a serial killer, we don't need Jesus. Like there tends to be like a little bit of in between room there.
And there are plenty of serial killers who do believe in Jesus. So
Yes. Well, I mean,
obviously, no
Jeff
correlation.
Dahmer
As
died
Brett Keane
a
pointed out.
Christian. Yes. Well,
Yeah, it's the
I think
that's
he
genuine or not.
either he removed. I think he removed that. I think that was also true. In his defense, I think that was trending on all of these other Christians who keep on giving this. So it's a stupid apologetic to give that. After he converted, Jeffrey Dahmer was like, you know why I did it? I had no reason to do it
because
so I
of
can do whatever I want.
evolution and science. That's why.
Yeah. All right. Nice.
Because people go around thinking, oh well, I mean, we're just evolved apes, so it's okay if I kill people. No, nobody thinks like that.
Another thing that's been killing me, and I've gone over this, but so imagine it's been 4.5 billion years. There are billions with a B species, if not more, and have been. You are in not only the top 10, maybe you're the top 5, maybe even the top 4 or 3 of the smartest animals, smartest creatures in the known world. And like, we turn to them and we're like, what do you think, you're a monkey? What do you call me, an ape? Well, we are apes, and monkeys, once again, one of the smartest animals. Imagine billions. You're literally not even the 1 percentile of the smartest animals. You're like in the 0.01 percentile of the smartest animals on Earth ever, and being pointed at and used as an example for what an idiot is. I don't know. It always hurts me when the young Earth creationists can't understand evolution.
I mean, I can't remember the last time a group of atheists flew a plane into a building because, hey, we're all just evolved apes anyway. I mean,
yep. And just like past is overwhelming serial killers the past 50 years in the United States were religious. The 9/11, not only were the 9/11 attacks done because of religion, I always say it's the worst possible outcome. Because for good people to do good, that's normal. Bad people to be bad, we expect that. But for good people to do bad, that takes religion.
And then the question comes up, like, were they all bad apples who would have done bad no matter what? Or were there some of them who probably would have been decent people, but they got sucked into that?
Yeah,
I'm
sure there are some people. If you want to kill people, I'm sure there could have been some, people who just wanted other people to die. And so, they're like, this is a way for me to get my vent frustrated. Yeah. But you know what the scarier thing is to me? It's not those people. It's the good people that actually got on the plane and actually thought they were doing a good thing by killing people. That to me is actually scarier because I can wrap my hand around a psychopath. Religion, that gets into people deeper.
Yeah. And it also goes into other things like extremist ideologies almost take on a form of religion, like 1940s Germany. Like a lot of those people, like had he never rose to power, a lot of those people, who were committing atrocities with the SS, would they have all gone out and done crazy things like that? Or did it happen because of this crazy conglomerate of circumstances that, led them down that path to think they were doing something good? They're committing these atrocities, but thinking they're doing humanity a favor.
Well, exactly. Yeah. It's not up until it took years after to convince the German people that it was actually the commanders screaming German with funny mustaches were the ones actually killing people. And so
they were the bad guys. Yeah.
Yes. And so it takes a little while. But we're actually coming into the end. Then we're gonna go. I'm gonna take at the end of this, I'll take a quick break as Gizmo and I set up the open mic. But that means we are about to go into the open mic. So hold your compound bow. We are reading If You Need Religion to Be
Drop
Good,
your cocks
You're
and grab your
Bad.
socks.
That's right, baby. Stupid things that atheists say.
Live very, very comfortable lives in which they have never. And they're also very not
Fucking
self-reflective because
straw man.
most of these people.
Oh, I love that. Did you
As
hear
if
that?
he's like a rugged man of
Yeah.
the woods. Like,
lives.
I don't have electricity. I don't have running water. I'm a man of the woods.
Which
You
is
guys are just
also
all comfy.
almost all nonsense. I watch a lot of like camping channels. I love it because it helps me fall
Outdoors.
asleep too. Yeah, and yet even them, I don't think that those people, they probably don't frame themselves in manliness. It's always like, I'm just looking to make up warm and cozy. My favorite part of them is always making the food in the middle of the woods and good times.
How many bows do you need? Because I'm pretty sure you can only shoot one bow at a time. So if you had like 10 of them, you can still only use one of them at a time.
Do you know what he needs, though? He needs a compound bow. He needs to add this bow to this bow to this bow, and so he can...
That's right, Bree. He's keeping his shaving cream bills down.
I know. Well, we did go over. James can't help that.
She likes to critique men's facial hair.
I have a beardometer. I stand by it. It's not just me. It's statistically shown that
you probably speak for a good percentage of
yeah.
people.
Now look, if you're clean shaven, if you have a long beard and you're kicking it, that's cool. But there's actually like this sweet center mix between like scruffle and then a well-trimmed beard. Those are like your two good
a range in the middle
shades.
There.
Yeah, James the moderates. That's where it always lies. Yeah. And you know, but here he's pushing the lines here. Like it needs to be more trimmed. He can have a full beard. Like I said, you want to be brawny, though you need flannel and to basically give me a foot massage while you're making me
Would
cocoa.
he be in a bear category, a bear light maybe?
Yeah, see, look at this. I told you. See, clean shaven, too corporate for girl. I was saying that's what I mean. It's all about. Have I not been saying this, James? It's that little bit of scruffle up to like
a neatly trimmed beard.
Yes, a neatly trimmed beard. Those are the two things that just seem to do it. And if you get any more longer than this, you're gonna look like Gandalf or a guy that's
if it gets much longer than that,
yes.
you're treading.
Or you're the guy at the end of the bus talking about aliens. Oh, I feel so. It's so funny that it's funny you were talking about this. I had a guy at Bob Evans. I was drinking at Bob Evans, and like I was staring at this guy's shirt. I'm just drinking. I had probably like 4 or 5 cups of coffee because I kind of how I do. And as he was leaving, I couldn't help it. Because Rachel was like, "You gonna ask him? I'm gonna ask him." Because I kept on going. I think that's a Roswell T-shirt, and he fucking, as he was leaving, I just can't help it in me. And even Rachel was like, "I can't believe you asked." And I'm like, "That now I understand why I do my street epistemology show. This is just who I am." And I'm like, "Hey,
what do you say?
Is that an aliens T-shirt?" And his face lit up like lights, like better, probably more realistic than the beams that beamed him up. And was like, "Oh yeah," and he started talking a little bit. And Rachel's just like, "Yep. Have a nice, good day, sir. You're a lovely human being." Because
like he was a real believer.
Oh, he was an absolute real believer. Yeah. Like you know how I say sometimes you just have to like hit the pin. And people will just, and they just talk, just like asking a flat earther about God. Yes. And so he would have went on. I should have just started recording. Get my phone out. Hey, that's right. No. Aliens? Yes, that's right. Talk.
How big was that probe they put up there?
Was it this? Are we going? Fruits?
Do you have a phone number or anything where I can get a hold of these people? I mean, why are they just taking and probing you? Why? What are you doing wrong, Amy? What are you not
I know.
doing?
Why
What does
can't
he
I
have
get
that
a
you
dinner
don't?
date at night?
Right.
But yes, we are at the end. You can't. Apparently, we can't imagine temptation. I love how he switched. Like he got so personal. Disclaimers to we are fallen species. To atheists are comfortable. Atheists are harmless. And then he's like, get real personal. He's like, you can't imagine harm. You
Oh
can't
yeah,
imagine
he's a bear.
temptation.
Thanks, Jordan.
in which they have
He's a little bit of a bear.
Yeah.
We like bears. We support bears here.
never. And they're also very not self-reflective because most of these people, the ones I've been able to,
Oh yeah, he's
really
calling us
interact with them,
not
I'm
self-reflective.
not generally speaking willing to believe that I'm talking to saints. I am not willing to believe that these are.
We're
people
not calling our saints, but it's kind of funny. We jokingly kind of view ourselves the more free-thinking attitude, the skeptic community. That's the whole name of the game. So the irony of saying that, no, it's us. We are not the skeptical ones. Not very introspective. It's definitely, hey, James, what is that whole law system, that whole sacrificial law? God's kind of making a sacrifice to... He's kind of making himself to himself, or...
Oh, sacrifice himself to himself to act as a loophole to get around rules that he himself created.
See, now there is a logical...
And then demand that we thank him forever for saving us from the thing that he did to us in the first place.
He loves us so much.
In fact, just do the right thing all the time. I'm pretty sure
Not what we're
Nobody
saying.
does.
where I've interacted with these people for some real length of time. These are just extremely unreflective people who don't notice all of the harm that they cause and don't notice all that they do wrong, and just essentially they just give
You don't
themselves.
think we're well aware of the things that
So,
we've done wrong?
it's-
You think we're under the illusion that we're all perfect and we've never done anything wrong, or we've never, done something we wish we didn't do? No, nobody's like that.
Yeah, and I love this final one. They give themselves
Well, maybe not nobody,
a
but
pass.
most people are not like that.
Yeah.
And except we just feel like we have to live with it, the things we've done. We're not going to go to heaven and Jesus will make everything okay.
And not at all, actually, Jordan. We're about to, at the end of the video, we'll have a minute or so intermission, but then we are going into the open mic portion of the stream. The StreamYard link will be heading into chat, and atheist, theist, liberal, conservative, whoever can come on. Just not on my sheets. Right. We got tons of room right here.
Just essentially they just give themselves a pass on everything. So
What?
that's kind of another thing. It's its own subject for a different day.
Oh, I'm
But
sure.
that's kind of the other thing about it too. So
like how he's like,
control
that's
all
his
the
own
people who say-
subject for a different day, and it's literally
But-
the subject he's closing on.
But I mean, right? Can't you do almost anything and then ask Jesus to forgive you? And if you're really sorry, he will. I mean,
Right, Daddy.
but we're the
Daddy
ones
Jesus.
who get a pass on everything. We're the ones who, because we reject your notion of eternal punishment for finite offenses.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that.
Say this, I don't know. I don't know it. I don't know it even in any of the cases in which I've suspected it, but I sure have suspected it on the basis of just the individuals where they're.
Oh, we
they're
suspect you, all right.
Oh,
and they're deeply intellectually
you should inspect.
wait.
I actually have a hole that is extremely glory. You should inspect it.
inconsistent, and you point things out to them and they just don't care, and they give all the hallmarks of people who are not really very impressive when it comes to virtue, and yet they are very much willing to hold people who do nothing wrong.
Not compared to you. You're very impressive to virtue.
Yeah, we
because,
hold us up
yeah.
as very virtuous because, once again, if you need religion to be good, you're bad. That is a factual statement, I guess, and he's complaining
What's
about
more virtuous, the person who doesn't kill people because they don't want two, they think it would be bad. They don't like hurting other people, or the person who's like, man, I would really love to kill that guy, but Jesus would be upset about it. He might do something.
He'd be
to
really
me.
upset.
Yeah, I don't want to make Jesus mad. He might do something to me.
Don't
so
make
he's not
baby
gonna do
Jesus
it.
cry.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, fun times. Anyway,
Anyway, he's about to go into his end, and I want to go to, I think, like the really end, because it's the only thing that I agree with him on. It's the one funny thing, and so I'm gonna get there.
We're almost
yeah,
there.
this is another one. It's always interesting when you see any of the variations on this that amount to a person essentially implicitly claiming that they're perfect, and they'll never admit.
No
it.
one claims we're
Like,
perfect.
no,
You
But
claim
their
your
functions,
God
there's
is
nothing in their minds
perfect.
to perfect. They do nothing that isn't instantly forgivable, and you know, they don't do anything that needs improvement.
What?
Again, will they admit this if you're really putting out that way? No, but this is literally what they're premising their argument on. So yeah. Oh man, this one's always it's always a doozy when you see this one. Until next time, you hit
It
everything.
sure is, man. It sure is.
If you like this video, then clicking the like button, according to YouTube.
And here we go. Time for the only thing that I'll agree with him on.
Anyway, Matt. If you like this video, then clicking the like button, according to YouTube, will make them more likely to recommend it to others. If you know anyone who might get something out of this video, then it would be kind to share it with them, or just share it on social media in general. And if you'd like to see future videos of mine, you can subscribe. And if you're not in the habit of checking your subscriptions page regularly, then I suggest clicking the notification bell and setting that to always.
No, that wasn't the part that I was agreeing with him on. This is.
Because otherwise, subscribing to a channel basically just sort of like gives YouTube a hint that maybe it should consider recommending these videos to you, possibly at some point, if they think so. It's a funny world we live in. God bless.
There you go. I just think that's funny. Yeah. There we go. I just thought that was funny at the very end.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So sending love, y'all. We just watched from the channel Missing the Mark. Still makes no sense. Stupid Things Atheists Say. If you need religion to be good. Oh, wait, actually. Hold on. I want to put this into evidence. Look at that. Isn't that funny?
Oh, wow.
Not a well-liked video. We are throwing tomatoes at something already sour. But he does have almost triple
our subscriber count, so hey, he's have some type of audience. There you go.
Oh, so look at, and you can at least tell, 3K, 1K viewers.
That seems reasonable.
90, but between these 90, that's already more likes or whatever than the 200. That's almost as much interaction as a 200,000. 220,000. Holy moly. Okay. Just putting that into evidence, too. That's kind of funny. Yeah. In a minute, we're actually going to go into the open mic. I'm going to step away just for 1 second. Please don't keep on forgetting to like, follow, subscribe, share.
That's right, Jordan. That's a good one.
Hit that bell icon so all.
Like Jeffrey Epstein scolding Harvey.
Yeah, it'd be like for abusing women. Yes, it would be.
Trying to debate who's the bigger asshole between the two of them.
But man, this was a waste
Bill
of
Cosby
oxygen.
come in. He's got the Quaaludes and the Jello. The Jello shots.
I got the Quaaludes and the Jello pops. Yeah. So sending love out there. I still see Big Bad Mama, X Music, Krish, Randolph Richardson, Atheist, Jordan, Mark Reid, Kat, KCA, Duchess of Clutches, Atheist and Jordan. Send it all to you. Love. I will be right back 1 second. And yeah, then we're going into the open mic. But my lordy. In fact, I'll even do a step up. I will actually send the StreamYard link into the link so we can queue it up. But what do you think, James? If you need religion to be good, you're bad. It's kind of silly. None of those, almost all of them were straw man.
Pretty much one straw man after another. He really didn't have much of a point, but hey, I'm always scanning YouTube looking for interesting things that the other side is saying, so we can pick them apart and learn a little bit. It's good to listen to what the other side's saying and just to see where they're coming from. I guess once in a while you might actually pick up a nugget of truth or something that's not completely stupid in there, but at least you're getting an idea of where their thought processes are, why they think, what they actually think. Because a lot of times they don't actually say what they think. You have to suss that out. I think those of us who've been in this circle, who've been doing this for a while, kind of already have a pretty good idea of it. But anyway, got Mark back there, Duchess, Stephanie. It's good to see everybody tonight. If you guys don't remember, Monday evening in USA time, I've got a debate with Reid on the Tang, the UDC debate channel. So check that out. And yeah. Got Eloy back there. When Amy comes back, I think she has a brief intro that she wants to go over. Then we'll get everybody in. Yeah, I don't think they would be okay with that, KCA Randy. I really don't. It's yeah. It's why you want to live in a secular country, because government should have nothing to do with religion. Shouldn't be governing based on religion. Anyway. See what we got going on out there.
And all right.
Welcome back.
Take a sip.
Been waiting with bated breath. You got your intro to go into, and then we'll get people in.
Just patient. Exactly. And all right, we're about to go into the open mic. And like James said, we got Mark and Duchess and Stephanie and Eloy already back. But
quite a panel.
Come join the queue if you'd like. We get everyone their opening statements, and then we go into open conversation. And this time I am putting myself on the list because I forgot to do so. And so it's going to be me and then Mark. And with that, we are going into our Skeptic and Ranting open mics. Woohoo! Sorry, speaking lizard. And all right. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. Because shouldn't need someone spying on us 24/7, 365 to be a decent human being. Now, I'm aware that there are psychopaths and sociopaths or different mental illnesses, which makes them want to hurt people. However, treating them with an almighty creator that will torture them after death may strike fear into them acting like a good person, but they are not a good person. Holding a leash on a monster may mean they can't eat your face, but an invisible leash makes this that much deadlier. Because let's not walk away from the larger truth. Religions are all different versions of the same non-truths. Superstitious belief systems founded on no good evidence, and spoonfuls of anthropomorphizing ourselves to be immortals. So, comic book fairies, but with less sex orgies? Anyway, we don't need religion to be good people. Sometimes it can help to learn moral lessons through stories. I'm looking at you, Shrek 2. Though we don't need an omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnibenevolent being telling us what's right and wrong. Especially when so many of these so-called benevolent beings tend to be omni-assholes. The fourth prong of the omnis, rarely touched by theists. Probably from a lack of lube. But if you need religion to be good, you're bad. We're not trying to judge who you are, because we can't help what goes on the inside of someone's head. But if the only thing stopping you from rampaging through the food court at a shopping mall with an AK-47, a little bit different, but is Jesus, then I guess keep believing. But you're not a good person. You're one imaginary best friend breakup away from... You're not a good person. But you're not a good person. You're one imaginary best friend breakup away from another Columbine. Thank you. And all right. Since I think James had his say and I had my say, we're going into Mark's. Thus, with that, Mark Reid, we are Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good, You're Bad. I hope you're having a good time. And what are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I came in late, so I only saw the end of the video. And yeah, I've got some sort of really strong thoughts on this, actually, because you don't need religion to make moral choices. All you really need is a sense of empathy. And what I want to point out, and it's very, very related to this guy, is I can almost bet that there'll be other Christians and other people that completely disagree with his morality. I was on Richard Madson's earlier today talking about sort of moral systems and how we arrive at morality, and this whole idea that an objective morality is handed down somehow from some sort of entity that is just giving us objective morality. Even if that were true, and I don't think it's true, even if it were, nobody has access to it. You don't have access to it. Somebody had to write the book. A person had to write the book and interpret whatever God supposedly said to them. You're reading the book, interpreting how you want. You don't have objective morality. And that's reflected in that nobody can agree on the moral systems of all these people claiming to have moral objectivity. They can't agree. So what do you do when nearly every person in your religion, there's Sunnis and Shiites and Christians and Buddhists and Hindus and just a ton of people all claiming to have the same moral objectivity? They've got the morals that are laid down in stone, yet they're different. Basically, what they'll do is they'll say, hey, mine are the correct ones. It'll be a dogmatic assertion. Or like Christians sometimes do, oh, will you judge by their works? Well, then how are you getting it from God? If your interpretation is reliant on, we'll see these things affect how they affect the real world. great, but then it's not coming from God anymore. You might as well just drop the God and drop the book and just go with your rationality and moral intuition, which is what you're doing anyway. So if you need a religion to tell you what is right and wrong, you don't have a sense of empathy or reciprocity, right? If you can't exercise your empathy and say, hey, I wouldn't like to basically have this thing done to me, then you're a bad person. And if you can do that, you don't need a God. You can just do that. You can just say, hey, if I was in that position, that would feel really crappy. Yeah, that's it. That's all you need to do. It's not rocket science. It's just basically, you don't need a book to say do unto others, because it's kind of what we do already. It's our sense of empathy is kind of something we already have. And I agree with you, Amy. There's psychopaths and sociopaths that don't have a sense of empathy. They're kind of outside the realm of morality, the subject of morality, because morality is applied to, morality is societal, a sort of societal norms and sort of societal guidelines that apply, that all rational people should think. So not being rational, we don't sort of count somebody who does have some sort of mental illness like psychopathy or anything like that as being part of sort of morality should apply to them, because obviously they have no sense to be able to judge it on. But sort of talking with Chris in the side chat, we're talking about like sort of free speech and whether you should have free speech, and is it wrong to lock up atheists for speaking out against Islam, and sort of, well, yeah, absolutely is the thing. But here's the thing: you don't think that it would be moral to lock you up for speaking for Islam. So why is speaking against it fair and equitable and moral? This designation that whatever I decide is moral and whatever isn't in my religion is not moral, that's sort of all that leads to. All that leads to is a bunch of different people all claiming to have this special transcendent morality that they've somehow got from some kind of religion, and them all disagreeing and then fighting over it. I think time's come to sort of go, hey, we can work out a better morality. So that's really what I wanted to say. And thank you so much for having me on, Amy and James. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark.
And it's great to be here. But I love talking about morality. I love going through it. I hope we get some theists on so we can sort of get them to explain how they know that their morality is. Well, what I want to know is how they know that their morality is the correct one and everybody else's is wrong. Because from an outsider perspective, all we can see is just a bunch of people claiming the same thing without being able to demonstrate that theirs is in fact right, that theirs is in fact objective. So how do we get at who's got the objective morality from God? Oh, thanks, Atheist. We can't. So what we kind of do is there was something called the veil of ignorance, right? This is a social concept. I had a mental blank. I can't remember who came up with it. But basically, it's saying design a society that if you don't know what your position in the society is going to be up front. You don't know whether you'll be one of the rich people or a poor person, a person who's in a sort of a minority group like a black person or a trans person or you're a white person.
The veil of ignorance.
Yeah, the veil of ignorance. Basically, it's sort of saying design a society that no matter what position you are in it, if you didn't know, you would at least be happy to be there. Like you would go, okay, but I'm not being downtrodden. I'm being taken care of in some way. It doesn't mean that you have to be, a poor person has to be equal financially to a rich person or something. But it just means that if you were going into the society and you did happen to be placed by some machination into the poor camp, that you would be able to survive and be treated with a certain amount of dignity, that you wouldn't be unhappy to be there and want to leave that society.
Some minimum standard of
Right,
quality of
right.
life.
It's kind of like when you're cutting a cake, right? You sort of cut the cake and you let everybody else choose a piece, and then you get whatever's left over. What it does is it sort of encourages you to be equal with everything. If you're not choosing your place in it, if you're not choosing your slice, you'll cut them equally to be fair to everybody. And that's sort of what the veil of ignorance is getting at. We ought to design a society that that not everybody has to be exactly equal, but we at least have a fundamental level of rights for people, no matter where you are in society. Like, you can't lock people up because they're Islamic. You can't lock people up because they're atheist. You shouldn't kill people because they have a certain sexual preference. Because if going into that society, you were that person, you wouldn't like to be killed. And all that takes is empathy. That's all it takes. Nothing more. I'll look up who did the Veil of Ignorance, because
That's kind of like the whole Abraham Lincoln quote, that those who familiarize yourselves with the chains of bondage prepare yourselves to wear them, because
right,
if you're out there treating other people a certain way, it could easily come a time where somebody else decides maybe you should be treated that way.
Yeah, it was John Rawls. John Rawls was the guy.
I also have
thanks,
a
Randolph. I just found it. John Rawls.
separate favorite Abraham Lincoln quote, and that's always shoot a zombie twice. But
double tap, very important.
Exactly, always go for the double tap. But Mark, welcome on to the panel. Stick around with us. We're going to get Duchess, Stephanie, Eloy, and Atheist Jr. on, and sending love also to any future fundamentalist, young Earth, flat Earth creationists of any variety that want to join us. And with that, thank you so very much, Mark. Whatever
hollow Earth, concave Earth, convex Earth,
pizza-shaped Earth, whatever you think it is.
Cock and ball shaped Earth.
Yeah, it's not round apparently. But Duchess of Clutches, welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good, You're Bad. I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the what we witnessed, that amazing wisdom, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hey, Amy. Hey, James.
Good to see
I'll
you,
keep my good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
I'm not super good at like opening statements and whatnot, so I'll just kind of keep it short. But I believe that people who say you need a book or a god or whatever to have a moral foundation automatically cannot be trusted, in my mind, especially not around vulnerable people. In the video that we watched, he was saying, I mean, just a little gripe I had. The part he was saying that atheists have all their needs taken care of, citation needed.
Yeah,
big time.
We're also comfortable. We all live in million-dollar houses and drive Mercedes and BMWs.
Personally, I mean, I've never had any hardship in my life. Nothing bad has ever happened. It's just been a smooth sailing. But in any case,
exactly.
He also gave some kind of example of a child rapist, right? And that tends to be what people go to for those sorts of examples, which is fine. I think he was talking about the injustice of it, and yes, obviously it is an injustice, but I think something that is also an injustice is if that child rapist were to, find Jesus and be saved and then get into heaven. To me, that is an injustice.
Raw men.
Yeah, raw men. So yeah, raw men. That's my opening.
Thank you so very much, Duchess and Clutches. Welcome on board.
They're just black and white ideas about morality. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's a spectrum.
Couldn't agree
Thanks,
more.
Duchess.
And we are going to add on Stephanie. We have been Skeptic and Ranting, or we are Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good, You're Bad. And what are your thoughts about the video or anything we would talk about tonight?
Well, I would say if you need religion to be good, then be good. That's pretty easy. If you're not, even with religion, you're not. All kinds of religious traditions are uh, preach tend toward leading people to good beliefs. But within many religious traditions, there are teachings that are not all that great. A theist can be led towards the principles laid out on the Sermon on the Mount. A Christian can be laid out towards those. They can also be laid out to tremendous prejudice. You can be led towards being the salt of the earth, viewing your fellow human beings as part of your community, or led towards a belief in a segment of society that is worthy of death. And so I'm not sure that there's any way that you can approach being good from religion alone, from faith alone. You need to be good out of a sense of humanity, out of a sense of common fellow feeling. And to the extent that you can't approach that, then you're not being good. So I'd say to people who feel a desire to cling to a God as the fountain of goodness, consider what that God tells you to do. Consider how you act on the beliefs, on the structures that your God presents. And if your God tells you to act like the Westboro Baptist Church, then perhaps you might consider that your God's telling you, filling you full of hate. And that can't be good. You reflect on what your actions in the real world, never mind the philosophical abstractions. It's not abstract when you go out and picket abortion clinics. It's not abstract when you decry the very existence of LGBTQ people. It's not abstract when you go to state legislatures, when you go to school boards and insist that the works of Shakespeare be taken down for performance. I mean, under legislation proposed in various states across the United States, you'd never be able to perform Shakespeare's As You Like It, because it portrays there's this cross-gender shit going on in that play, and it's very hysterical and it's very funny. You wouldn't be able to ever screen Some Like It Hot. You hate Marilyn Monroe, you hate Jack Lemmon, hey, it's a bully for you. But is that good? You can't. There's the God abstraction, to me, is just that, a complete abstraction. If religion is helpful to you, if your traditions are helpful to you in being a good human being, keep them. Fine. If your religious traditions are helpful to you in maintaining your own personal bigotry, in justifying your own problems, well, that's a you problem. and it's also society's problem. And when you want to kick morality upstairs, when you want to kick what is a proper way to conduct oneself as a human being in society upstairs, to say, well, God did it, then you're absolving yourself of any fucking responsibility to being a decent human being right here, right now, in the real world.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Stephanie. Welcome on board.
Thank you.
Lovely to have you. And all right, we only got, and I couldn't agree more, and we only got Eloy and Atheist Jr. left. As Friendly Muslim would say, welcome, Eloy, to the Den of Kittens. We are Skeptic and Ranting.
Welcome back, Eloy.
On if you need religion, if you need religion to be good, you're bad. What are your thoughts on the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well,
Do it to us, Eloy.
no, I don't know about do it to you, because the thing is that you guys have taken, like, you've gone through the supermarket, you've put all these different fruits and vegetables, and then you've gone home, you've put it on the counter, and you've made this huge shake of all these different issues within the concept that so you've created like a fruit bar for everybody to sit down under a tiki hut or something, and there's too much going on with all the different things everybody's said. But and I came on with one direct thought, but now everybody brought in other thoughts. I thought that all the points were interesting. I enjoyed the I kind of agree in a general sense with the last speaker, Stephanie. I think that there's wisdom there, apart from cold hard evidence and whatnot. There's some wisdom going on, or significant wisdom going on with certain things that she had mentioned. So I liked that, plus the other speakers as well. But I will say that my thought was, what would be the definition of good, and what would be the definition of bad? Would there be a universal definition, or would there be sort of, I guess, depending?
I think most of us would say no.
I would assume that you would say no. And so the other option would be some sort of like progressively, like, let's say, depending on which era and due to whatever climate, political or whatnot, there would be different variables that would shift. But I would also say that there's certain general basic fundamentals that are kind of like killing, even though there's been killing left and right across the ages, but like murder, let's say, I don't think that it's beneficial to anybody, let's say in a little like village or something, and then, like, let's say one guy is like, well, there's no ethics, so what the hell, but their behavior affects their surrounding. So I think that there's certain things that are universals. Now, in terms of the religion, I think the question first is what defines good, maybe to you personally, or I mean, what's the bounds of that? If there's no bounds and it's just shifting, okay, that's what. And what's bad? So those are the questions, and whatever pops up, I'll interact with, but I have nothing else to say.
Well, that was my point in the beginning of the video, because he says it's how you define good and bad. He's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because he's getting his idea of what's good and what's bad from his religion versus looking at it from a more secular viewpoint.
Yeah. There's, and the thing is, and this is a little microcosm of the problem. If you were, so obviously you're all opposed to a certain degree, one way or the other, to religion and this and that, and it's quite obvious and all that. But this is kind of like a little microcosm of, like, I don't know how many people are here, 4, 5, 6. Each person, although for the most part, everybody leans significantly towards like atheism and all that. There's still variation, significant variation in your analysis and your focal points or interest points within the topic that grabbed your attention enough to focus on that particular point of view that you shared that's different than the next person.
Definitely.
So if you were to remove the topic of religion and replace it with any other uncountable topic across the board, you would find that people also have those variations. And so you also mentioned, somebody mentioned, well, how does one know one religion, the other? It's kind of colloquial and like, or very individual. For one person's person's idea is one thing, the other person thinks that the lines drawn for what's moral, acceptable is a different thing, and which religion is correct and all this and that. And absolutely,
Yep.
you have a tapestry of different people across the world, across time, different religions, different ideas, different behavior, different everything. And yet, people are going to go ahead and do things that they're going to do and believe things that they're going to believe, which is one of my main themes that I see so obvious. And that's where it goes to finish up towards what I thought was good about what Stephanie was saying. So she basically said, well, listen, if what you believe, which she kind of hinted at that she does not believe, but what you believe is makes you a good person, relatively speaking, whatever the definition of that is, which I guess we'll discuss later, then that's fine. You can keep that, but as long as you're not. But if you're these other people that go doing all these crazy things, using the anchor of religion to justify yourself doing these horrendous things, then check yourself. So I think that concept is correct.
Before you wreck yourself.
Me personally, I think that concept is correct. Maybe some other person would not, that believes any number of things. Who knows? So yes, unification in terms of people deviating from ideas. It's baked into the situation. And I'll finally say, if you, like Stephanie had mentioned, they should check themselves or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. If they are using it as that, a tool for evil and whatnot. Those people that gravitate towards being evil, and you mentioned psychopaths and this and that, they can't help themselves, and they're going to use whatever technique. You can argue both things. You could say, well, did the chicken come before the egg, and so on and so forth. I'm just saying, there's too many people with too many different, and you're not going to rob them of their craziness or their stupidity or their brilliance. It just is what it is. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Thanks, Eloy.
Thank you so very much, Eloy. Lovely to have you on the panel. And we only have
I just think
stick around for
just Atheist Junior, right?
That's right. Only got AJ, and then we're going into open conversation. And Atheist Junior.
Atheist Junior.
What is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on if you need religion to be good, you're bad. I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, I know that people can be good without God because there are religious people who are kind and act morally good. And us big brain, 10,000 IQ atheists, we know that no gods exist. But as human beings, we're social animals. We're a social species. And part of the reason we're a favored race is because we preferred human flourishing over just pure selfishness. And from the perspective of theists, they would have to admit that there are morally good atheists who live their life as if no gods exist. They do not follow the tenets of their religion or worship their God. So from either perspective, you can make this same argument. And to me, there's also obviously no such thing as objective morality because clearly morals change. Societies change. Nobody can argue with that, even if some people want society to remain exactly the same, which is conservatism. Even Christians, again, they don't sacrifice animals to God anymore because they say that, well, Jesus was the final sacrifice. Now, I would argue that it's immoral in the first place to have a human sacrifice and have him die for my sins, aka having somebody else punished for my wrongdoing, which is something called It's called penal substitution. I think Amy and James would agree that you should never substitute the penis.
Scapegoat is
Oh, not at all. You should double up on it.
But yeah, I'm
Well,
doing
that's,
good, Amy, and that's all for me.
good to see.
Woohoo! Thank you so much,
Well, that just goes
AJ.
to show if all atheists can't agree about morality, what's good, what's bad, and if all theists, even theists of the same religion, can't agree about it, they read the same book. That really does a number on that whole objective morality concept. That there's a natural base that we can measure from, because there isn't.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I'm the only one that is only somewhat, and yet I still feel it has so much of a subjective component to it that it's hard for me to say anything. The only thing I view objective at all is biology and the brain. But besides that, it's definitely all of us subjective creatures just trying to figure out what is right, and hopefully we get it. We get it. But I think that, I don't know, it just seems that you don't need religion to be good. And so if it's the only reason, the one and only reason why you're not being bad, I'm glad. I'm actually glad it's working, but I don't think you're a good person.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, God doesn't actually exist, right? So
Oh, sure.
So I mean, technically, I mean, maybe this is a weird argument, but just for my view, I mean, they are being good without God. I mean, I think it's a different argument to say, can you be good without God versus can you be good with or without organized religion? Because that's sort of a different question.
Sure.
You could look at it.
Or without the belief in a God, because they would say they have the belief,
it's
even though the God's not real.
Yeah, so it's more the concept of God rather than the God itself. Either it is the God itself or it's the concept of God that's sort of threatening them with eternal torment, so they're doing these things to avoid it, kind of thing. So either way, you could say that is the cause. Like the cause of you acting good is a fear of goblins, that is the goblins making you do that. But I get your point, AJ. If God doesn't exist, then God isn't doing anything, to help you. And I do agree that it's more like, the moral structure of organized religion. But the problem there is that religions have done absolutely dreadful things. So the organized religion only helps be moral if the lessons it is teaching is moral. I don't think anyone would argue that the Southern Baptist Church helps you with your morality. I think a lot of people would disagree with that statement.
I would say I'd push back a little bit, and I'd also echo what Pat just said in the chat. Just you can be an atheist and be a piece of shit too. And when you talk about the Southern Baptist Church, it depends on which flavor. It's like there's always these little things. The civil rights movement in the United States would have been nowhere without the Southern Baptist Black Church.
Well, what's the horrible one? The Westboro? Is it the Westboro Baptist
The Westboro
Church?
Baptist Church is another flavor. They're independent Baptists.
Independent. They're not.
They're the picket funerals type.
But
so many churches, so much hate, so little time.
I mean, I don't think that the fight for racial justice in the United States in the 50s was exclusively dependent on God, but there sure as shit was a God flavor to it.
Could that just be because
there was also a God flavor against it? And read King's. If people need to read King's letter from a Birmingham jail, read it all the way through. The man was a radical, and he was calling people of faith to account, to be there in the present time in 1954 and stand and do the right thing. And he was using the language and the tradition of Christianity through the Black church to call to particularly the moderate the moderates who were saying, "Oh, just wait. This I approve of your goals, but your methods are improper." And he was using the language of Christianity to say, "If not now, when?" You can't call upon us. You can't call upon us to wait any longer. And he was using the language of the church to make that plea, and it was effective.
I would like to disagree with that point. So first off, I think that even if you want to make that argument, the reason we had a civil rights movement is because there was a long history of racism even after slavery was abolished, and slave owners used the Bible to justify owning slaves in the first place. And also, Martin Luther King was considered a moderate. It was Malcolm X who was a radical, complaining that people.
I'm talking 1950. I'm talking 1954 when Malcolm X was a tiny little child.
Okay, well,
I think you really need to read your history a bit.
Well, it's when he was older, certainly that he would have considered. He did consider Martin Luther King too moderate. He complained that people like him were not doing enough.
He did. That was 10 years. That was 10 years later.
I know. I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, the movement certainly evolved, but
wasn't
it got
Malcolm
its
X a lot
start.
more violent than
No,
Martin
he was
Luther
not.
King?
Actually,
Okay.
Malcolm was not violent at all. He was more insistent and more militant.
I would say he was more proactive.
Okay.
You know, you also, Stokely Carmichael was one of the. He was part of the SCLC too, and it's in his youth, and he became the voice of Black Power. Who eventually is Amari Baraka, I think he became. But the movement at its inception in the 50s. The movement at its inception relied on the language of the church to motivate people. This may be a total tangent. This may be a total tangent, but I'm just saying there is power, and I think that it's worthwhile for people to remember today that in order to achieve social justice, in order to preserve a secular society, we almost need believers to march with us.
Yeah, I don't know how
we need to convince people to do that.
Yeah, I think that we need all society. But I'd like to hear from Elroy because he was trying to speak and he's religious, I believe. So I'd like to hear your perspective, Elroy.
Okay, so I want to say that there's so much going on here, but one thing that someone said, perhaps you, I'm not sure that, or everybody, the question over, well, then God doesn't exist, so a set morality or set good or bad should not be even considered in terms of religion and God. So and we don't need it and whatnot. Well, from the some Christian perspective, maybe most, but some, there are people that are not religious that are good people because automatically, whether you believe it or not, obviously you guys don't, but even though you may not be religious, you're still created by God from the perspective of the Christian. You're all God's children, and you can't help but have that goodness in you shine. However, that said, that's the nice, I think, way to look at it. Maybe others would not see that because people are so darn complicated. So that's one point. Again, it requires the point of view of the Christian observing the world at large, including atheists and people that are non-practicing or whatever the case may be, regardless of whether you grew up in Asia or you grew up somewhere else. And the second part, although I understood what you meant, I did want to clear up this concept, is that religion has caused, I'm paraphrasing, religion has caused X amount of, travesty and horror
Sure.
across history. And I would say, instead, I would not say that. I would say that men using religion as their anchor or as their ladder, just like they use politics, because one could also argue men have used politics. One could also
Sure.
argue, of course, you guys are obviously, this is like, the focus is atheism and whatnot and this and that, but men use the tools available to them to do that which they seek to do.
Eloy,
Sure.
I
agree.
would.
can
I
I
wouldn't
just
mind
respond
responding to
really?
that at one point. Well, Duchess hasn't spoken yet, but
Yeah,
I'd
I
like
just
to
want to
respond.
respond really briefly. I love Christians who have this cognitive dissonance because I feel like they're better than like your typical Christian. So I think the mistake you may have been making there is you're thinking of it in a sense of, okay, if I see this person, they're doing good things, I think they're a good person, I like them, whatever. That's in your book. That's you interpersonally interacting with somebody. In God's book, a person can be, can do all these good acts, all these good things, but if they don't believe, they're not getting into heaven. They're going to hellfire.
Let me respond to that, or when you're done, I'd like to respond.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, and then Mark, sorry, Mark, if I cut you off.
Well, I think
Okay.
Steph wanted to say something as well.
So let me respond to that. So I acknowledged clearly, or I mean, you could go back, that it's from the Christian perspective, but so there's this concept where if a bird falls from a tree, if you believe in God and the Bible and such, that God knows all of it. When a bird falls, when an animal falls, when a human falls, all of it. When these things occur, in other words, also the light of God and the love of God shines in. This is from the Christian perspective. I'm not asking you to believe it. Obviously, I understand the difference, but from the Christian perspective, we're all His children because He created us. Now, the corruption of dealing with your neighbor in horrible ways, from the Christian perspective, um, comes from evil in the world through sin, and this is man's lot, regardless of whether you're Christian or not. We're all in the same camp in terms of sin, so we're all completely fallible. This is from the Christian perspective, and so for a Christian to consider the atheist lesser is not necessarily the correct way, but people will look at that from a Christian perspective. Some may. I don't know what's in people's heads, like I don't know what's in your head. Now, as
I'm
far as
talking about what the consequence is, though, of
well, I'm going to that one now. Now,
like
going to
that's hell
hell.
or heaven.
Now for the hell part, so it depends on what exact Christian denomination you're talking about, because and who you ask, because there are people that believe like the Jews, and they're Christian, that when you die you go to the ground and that's it, and
The
yet
Jews are Christians.
and yet what?
Well, they're an Abrahamic faith.
They're either
no.
one or
No. Listen. I'll repeat. There are Christians.
There are.
Like
Oh,
the
okay.
Jews.
I think I misheard you.
I'm sorry. There are Christians like the Jews that believe when you die, you go to the ground, and that's it.
Which is true.
You're done. And so
A bit more Sheol and so forth.
Well, no, but listen, but here's the twist with that, which is true. That's your emphasis because obviously you're on the atheist thing, and I get it. But here's the thing: they still are Christian believing, and yet there's no reward there apparent. But there is a reward. There's a catch-22 there in terms of there is a reward, but that gets into the different denominations. The point is this: that people, there is reward, but in some cases it's not that obvious and it's different. So That's what I would say. That's what I would say.
I don't think avoiding a punishment is a reward, though.
Well, there's also the question of punishment. You're assuming it depends on what denomination and what you're talking about. So you're thinking hell. So here's the thing. All of it matters not because you don't believe right out the gates. So out the gates, there's no need for any of it. You're done. But other people will not be done, and they choose to as well. Now, you could consider that maybe they're stuck in a paradigm, some sort of, like was mentioned, cognitive dissonance, and that may be very, so it could very well be easily. Well, I'll tell you straight up, I'm involved currently in any number of cognitive dissonances, and I'm involved in any number of, okay, so I'll just say it this way.
Well, we all are.
Well, exactly. And I'll just say it this way. And I'm aware that I am in this maze, and there's more mazes where that maze ends. But I'll even say this. If you gave me a scale of 1 to 10, see, because there's no reason to hide the fact of our shortcomings, because by not hiding them, we liberate ourselves to move forward, but there's still another maze up ahead. But
like you said, it's irrelevant. This is the argument I make against once saved, always saved, is that if you're saved and that means you're going to heaven because of your belief, you can act like any kind of person you want to be and you'll still get into heaven.
The problem with that analysis,
deathbed conversions are a thing.
No, but there's an issue with that analysis. So yes, so if you were to think, and look, and this is just from my point of view, because remember I stated that you can ask it, but this is my point of view, and there's others that believe as much. So once saved, always saved. There's people that believe that.
I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying, I wasn't implying.
No, I'm not taking it personal, but I'm okay. slicing it up just for to get it, sort of somewhat organized a little bit for me and maybe for you guys. There's people that do believe that once saved, always saved, and so they can go hog wild. Is what you're alluding to. I understand, but not everybody believes that. You could take issue with people that do or don't. My point is this: if you out the gates don't believe already, but other people do, that's just how it is. If you want to try and convince people, the tactics that could be effective, you may think that you're doing. Maybe you have a mission, maybe you don't have a mission, maybe it's just for enjoyment. Either way, my whole point is always live and let live, because I can't control what's in your mind nor what I want to. There's millions and millions of people out there that are going to go ahead and do what the heck they want anyhow. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try, like James always says, and this and that. Okay, I'm just saying that, hey, it is what it is.
Well, one of us were theists at one point, so we at some point did walk away from it. So apparently you can.
Yeah.
And I would like to address.
For me, I'm not an evangelical atheist. I'm not trying to spread the good news that there's no God.
I am.
Well, cool. I'm not. I'm along the same lines as you, Eloy. It's like live and let live. But the point is that there are altogether too many so-called Christians who would just as soon have me not live. And so I'm an evangelist for my own life. It's different when you're at the tip of the spear, dude. It is very different when you're at the tip of the spear.
That's
and you
true,
have
but
a whole movement, that is dedicated to seeing my physical existence end.
And it's preferable to have allies, even if they're not like you. It's preferable to have allies, even if they're not like you in terms of whatever you believe and such. People, unfortunately, at the end of the day, and as one ages and goes through life, there's wisdom that one picks up along the road just because of the sheer treading across, highways and byways. You have to frickin' deal with it with other people. Some people believe in spaceships that came from the planet Pluton 9000, and what are you gonna do? I understand the difference of
tell them it's not rational. That's all we can do. Tell them.
I met them at a diner the other night.
It depends if their morality is compatible with yours, right? Because there's a lot of Christians that my morality is perfectly compatible with theirs. I'm interested in the well-being of humans. They're interested in the well-being of humans. Nothing sort of clashes there. But that's not who Stephanie is talking about. She's talking about an entire group of people who are basically saying, you should not exist. And you shouldn't be able to do what you want because our religion says you shouldn't. And that's not cool because that clashes with my morality. That clashes against the very fiber of what I believe to be moral. So we've got a problem there. And the biggest problem, and I really want to address what Eloy said because I've been very patient. You basically said that good people, we're all created by God, we're good people, let the goodness shine. So this idea that it's written on your heart does not explain the moral diversity we have, even between good people. They all believe that different things are good and bad, and it seems largely to be culture dependent as well as, and other factors. We have these things that in common, like empathy and reciprocity and these other feelings that we've developed, but in no way are the moral systems exactly the same. And you're sort of saying, well, men used religion as an anchor and they did all these terrible things, all these travesties because they used religion as an anchor. The whole problem comes that you're sort of saying, but that's not what I'm doing. My religion has objective morality and theirs didn't. But none of you can prove that that's actually the case. And the problem, Eloy, is they said exactly the same thing, that they had objective moral instructions from God, and so do the new people, but neither of you can show that that's actually the case. So how do we determine that, in fact, what you're saying is true? We can't seem to determine that because nobody can show that their moral values are coming from a God. And I agree, people use politics, they use all kinds of things to do horrible things. But the difference is that those people aren't claiming to have an objective moral standard that gives them a divine right to do what they're doing. They're not claiming that. A lot of the time, they're just being manipulative pricks, basically. They're just being awful people. It takes a special kind of moral system to do harm to others and then claim you have the right to do so because you have a divine, God-given right to treat other people badly. That's what we're talking about here. And that, don't get me wrong, Eli, it's not necessarily you, right? I'm not. Look, our morals may be completely compatible with one another. What I think morally, you could absolutely share. But I am aware of people out there who say objectively their morals are better than mine because theirs has been given by a God and mine hasn't. And you can sort of say, hey, they're not real Christians or they're doing it wrong, but we've got no way to tell that your way is the right way either, Eloy. Okay, I mean, if you look in the... Well, I just want to finish up what I'm saying. If you look in the Bible, there's things in there that they're commanded to do, like sort of spoil the rod, spare the rod and spoil the child kind of things, like beating your child with a rod. And a rod is like, it's a thick, a rod in sort of the context is a thick stick that you use for getting sheep moving. You whack them with this rod. There is no conceivable way that is moral now. And the religions have always lagged behind secular morality in deciding what is good and what is bad. They've always been playing catch up. 70 years ago, it was fine to take a hand to your wife. Now it's not, because that's not a moral thing to do. And they've always been sort of playing catch up. And the whole idea that once saved, always saved, that just shows that God isn't writing a standard moral on our hearts or giving us a standard morality, because yours differs from other Christians.
Okay, so there's
Night
a lot.
Cat.
Night Cat.
Can I respond? Because there's a lot. Well, you know what? If somebody wants to say something, I want to respond to that though, because there's a lot there, and I'm like the only on the Christian side guy here. But go ahead.
I don't want him to feel dogpiled. I feel kind of.
I know that is kind of hot, I will say, but absolutely.
I think that there's a reason for that, Mark, and it's because when you have a book that they consider to be unchanging, of course it's going to lag behind society because it's not changing. That's why they point to the Bible, and that's why Christianity specifically has lagged so far behind when it comes to social issues like gay marriage in America, because the Bible says that, the stuff it does in Leviticus. And so I think that's a reason why they even have the concept of objective morality, because they have a book that they claim doesn't change. Really, it does. It's been translated, and there have been copyist errors, and there's lots of different versions of it. So it has changed.
And the interpretation changes. Let's face it.
Any more layers on the cake?
Exactly.
Any more toppings on the
sorry, I'll point out points if you want me to go through them. Like if you want to address one at a time, and I can point out like
one. What was the first one?
That people are supposed, like you said, people are created by God, but there is a difference in people's moral foundations, even among different cultures. But you're saying they're all good.
I'm saying they're all what?
Good.
The religions?
No, the people.
Oh, people. Okay, so I'm not saying they're all good in terms of, so I'm not saying that their behavior is all good. We see that people's behavior varies because we have free will. From the Christian perspective, one has free will. Okay, and so you could choose and we have temptation because we live with sin. We're fallen, as you guys have heard and talk about much. We're fallen, so we're in sin. So we can get tempted by certain things, and some people are prone to this and that. But we're all created by God, and so we have that light and that spirit. And some people can't help it but be kind and good people, regardless. Whether they're not following certain specific biblical things and whatnot. So there is that. But that's the answer to that. But that's from a Christian. There's no way that anything in terms of like the belief side that any of you are going to accept, and I understand that, and I wouldn't expect you to, because it's two opposing, completely different worlds that I don't even begin to, like, I would never have a debate with any of you literally on the topic of, is religion this, is religion that, because like atheist versus that, because it's like, it's settled already. It's settled. I would never have that argument. I'm doing it now for the sake of interacting and hearing you guys feeling the pushback, but it's settled, and the atheist is an atheist. The Christian is coming at the atheist or science, based, like you guys talk about science, and claim it almost exclusively.
Science is never settled.
You talk about what's that?
Well, science is never settled. And the idea of
whether
not
there's science
a God.
Settled. No, not science settled. No, not science settled. What I'm saying is that, look, the long and short of it is, to me, it's kind of redundant and unnecessary, other than for entertainment purpose. Maybe there's some cool ideas, but a battle between atheists and Christians, and on the atheist side, there's the science, and then you're talking about all these things that you guys do in the other shows. I find interesting. I think it's good entertainment, but at the end of the day, everybody goes back to their sides of the ring quite comfortable, because the atheist is not going to think, oh, well, you know what, my heart has been opened and now I see the light and I shall walk to the mountain.
Eloy, can I make just a very honest plea to you? Just quite frankly, we have better uniforms, so I feel like you should join us. Just
well,
how do you know that I'm not dressed in a jumpsuit?
Mormons rock some pretty good ties, yeah. They dress
Use your imagination, Amy.
So Eloy, there's people on this panel that are ex-religious people, and there are people that I've met that are ex-atheists. So that demonstrably can't be true, that they all just go back to their side and sort of go, hey, we're not going on with this anymore.
No, you're
People
right.
have their minds changed all the time.
No, you're right. You're right. What I guess I should qualify it. In the audience, who knows what goes on, because we don't know what's in people's heads. I'm talking about the people that are, I guess, hunkered down doing the actual battle. I haven't seen that. I don't see much concession so, like, for instance, I concede to you guys just this evening a lot of things, but I concede to them because I see certain things that are correct in what you explain, like Stephanie explained, and I see the points that you're making, and I'm trying to give my answers, but I will accept or concede, um, because there's no need to battle certain areas. So I concede this that you just said. It's true. People can change their minds out in the audience. I've just not seen two opposing views battling it out concede much. They're hunkered down more. It's just an observation, but
you
yeah.
know what, Eloy? I just have to say, after that, I really do think I've changed. I'm just kidding with you.
Liar. Look, the history of humankind has been us coming together and communicating and putting our ideas out there. We've progressed up to sort of the Greeks in amphitheaters all coming in and trying to find some rationality and some enlightenment with the world. Whether or not my mind has changed or your mind has changed or anything like that is not as important as putting the idea in the forum and subjecting it to rationality and scrutiny to see what is the best way we can move forward here. What is the ideas that stand up to scrutiny and what are the ideas that don't? I mean, there's tons of things that people have pushed back on, and I've said, well,
I will agree with that. I concede to that as well.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't want to press you. I'm just sort of saying.
No, I'm not pressured. I agree with you. Like, I agree.
Okay.
Right. I'm glad to hear that.
Then you've just undermined your own point because you've changed your mind on something.
And I want to actually put you under pressure. Actually, I don't. I want to get Beamsy in. I love you all. I also saw Ozzy out there sending love.
Well, there were a couple more points that I made. If Elo wants me to remind him of them, so we can address them. I don't want you to.
Knock this out?
Oh no. Well, can you? Or do you have them put side to
Is the
side?
guy coming in a Christian?
Yeah. I've got the notes. That's no problem.
Is a skeptic, pagan deist, or
listen. I'm surrounded. No, I'm surrounded here. I am surrounded.
You're in the middle square.
Literally,
therefore, you're Paul Lind.
And I'm in the middle square. This is starting to get hot in here.
I'm sorry, like I don't mean to
What
pressure.
are you gonna do with that, Amy?
I'm not. I'm okay. Okay.
Okay.
Put it somewhere.
Okay. I really don't want you to feel like we're all jumping all over you, and I have a tendency to not notice when people are under the pump and just go on with very hard, what can be harsh criticism. They feel it's very harsh. I just see it as logical and rational and stuff. But I'll try and sort of be a bit more toned down if you do feel that way. I do apologize.
I was being like silly, but yes.
Okay.
This is, but sometimes joking around, half truths are said within that. There is a lot of you, and there's only me, so there is that. But I'm okay with go for it. However.
So I just want to say that is how every great porn starts. On that note, Beamsy, we are Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good, You're Bad. I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about on that topic? Sending love, AJ. I think he's your. He's.
I'm feeling self-conscious.
No, he was saying that he had to. Sending so much love, AJ. And Beamsy, we have been Skeptic and Ranting. We, in fact, still are Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good, You Are Bad. What are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
I think it stems a lot more into if you need any guiding force to act in a certain way, that is bad, not necessarily just a religion. If you need anything that can be seen as a power to be acting in what can be perceived as good, then it's not good.
I think like I'm hesitant to believe that Christians who have this point of view actually believe themselves that they would be, you know, bad people or do all these kind of crimes or murder people or rape, you know, do whatever, thieve, if it weren't for God. I think there are good Christians who are actually good people, and would still be good people if it weren't for, or sorry, without Christianity. That makes any sense. Sorry, that was jumbled.
If you don't believe in God, that and I'm not saying positive or like negative or positive on that, just like neutrally saying, if you don't believe in God, that would probably be the most rational and I guess a positive way forward, because then what would we be? So I see what you're saying, and I'm saying the same thing, but with God in place. And then the question is, well, why add God when you can't show it, prove it, none of that? And I will even concede to that. I cannot easy. I will concede. And then you're going to ask why then something irrational. Why would you go ahead and do such a thing? So, but I'll concede right now, easily, without a doubt, I cannot show nor prove, nor attempt to prove, nor
Amy,
evidence,
check your Discord message.
nor evidence
Sorry, like
that
Continue.
the existence of God. I cannot do that for any of you. So that's the end of the debate.
Yeah,
And
I
maybe
think
that brings us. Well, maybe that brings us to my second point, where I was sort of saying, well, if you can't prove the existence of God, and it sort of suggests, and do correct me if I'm wrong, Eloy, but it does suggest that you can't demonstrate that your morality is objective and from God. But my question was, how do you demonstrate that yours is, and the people who have used religion to commit travesties isn't? How would you make that designation if you can't even demonstrate that a God exists, much less has provided you with an objective morality?
Yeah, like I said,
I'd also piggyback on that a little bit and say, how do you uh, go up against your co-religionists who insist that their vision of morality is God's morality when it might conflict with your own?
okay, so you know how, I don't know if in your circles, all of you here, talking with your friends and such, it's one of the comical things that are often said amongst friends. If you're aware of the political climate and whatnot, where they'll say, you know what, I wish that these congressmen would wear like patches on their suits of everybody that contributes to them and that they're beholden to, so you could see exactly who they're sold off to, like a race car driver, NASCAR or whatnot. And so why I'm saying that is that I don't know. So the patch that I'm wearing tonight as slot number one is the Christian in the room. Um, but I'm not. So I'll say it like this: I'm also a human being, just like you guys. I know you know that. I would hope, but I think I know that you know that. I'm also a human being. I also grew up.
Eloy's a robot. Don't lie. You're a robot. You're an AI that's coming to.
Well, yeah. So, but I'm also not only a human being. I also grew up all in your respective areas of the world during the same time frame, roughly thereabouts, and saw roughly the main events occurring throughout our lifetime, roughly thereabouts, with variations that are local to each of us. But we are on this planet all together. We're on this flat Earth all together. We're on this planet all together. So we've shared a common thread, even though we have differences. We also have certain cultural and such, commonalities. So it's not like I'm just this bubble floating there with, or here's Christian. We're all entangled with all sorts of things. So I'm just saying that I guess that's what I'm saying. That I don't even know where I started, but the point is that we're more than just one iconic. Like you're more than just like, let's say, atheist. No, you get up in the morning, you make your coffee. There's other things involved. I know the discussion is revolved around Christianity, but I'm saying that across history, people have many influences. Among one of those, and a very important one, is religion. But there's other things involved, and humans will do bad things, regardless of religion, regardless of politics, or in spite of it, or they will do bad things. Your focus is saying religion is the cause, and I'm just saying people are the cause.
No, that's not what we're saying, Eloy. The whole point is I agree with you that we're all part of the same culture and morals vary from culture to culture. What you're describing is moral relativism. It's the claim that your moral system is objective and given by God that we're questioning here. I have no hesitation to agree with you that atheists do bad things, politicians do bad things, all kinds of humans do bad things. Absolutely. But
I'm not
the
claiming,
problem,
but I'm not.
well, the
But
problem
I'm not
comes
claiming.
that's when a person claims that they have an objective moral standard and then sort of goes to, well, I grew up in the same culture and saw the same things, and the same sort of issues were arising, and we all learnt from that. Sure, that's moral relativism, but where do you then get to objective from God from that?
Yeah, but I'm
And
not
so,
claiming.
actually, Eloy, I'm going to let you answer. Mark, instead of responding, we're going to let Oz in, and he's probably going to respond, and then we're going to get Matsuro in after Oz has his opening, and then, yeah. But, Eloy, if you wanted to have actually, because a final statement on that.
Okay, if I
Oh.
have to. So here's the bit. I'm not claiming, nor did I ever claim, that I'm holding any. So how can I put this? It is my belief, and you would assume that I would rest on something objective. But remember, when it relates to religious things or spiritual things, I already admitted from the beginning that there's no way I can prove any of this. I think there's no way I can prove any of this, and I've known that forever and a day. So I'm not claiming that, and yet I adopt the beliefs that I have. I'm sure there's plenty of rituals and beliefs that you guys have. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's got to be people out there that do a bunch of things that they don't plot out exactly. We're not robots, like you said earlier. So it just is what it is. I don't force it on anybody. I come up on here only for the issue of I guess pushing back in terms of when people. So I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it, and I don't mean this. I think that we're all equally biased people in respect, in different ways. So I push back on a little bit of the harshness that occurs, that ad hominems that occur, and I just throw out the theme of people are going to do what they're going to do. There's no controlling that. You can go on a journey and try to change people's minds, but we're talking about billions of people on Earth, and so let's try to get along. So I'm kind of more of on that, even though I explained that I'm Christian, but I'm kind of more on that. Like, there's no way we can agree, so let's go ahead and just live comfortably with each other, is my point.
And on that, I will also invite Zelini. I see you out there. If you are in sweatpants or eating ice cream, feel free and stay comfy in chat. Although I do know the water is fine for more theists and more Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Mormons, which are Christians in space, whatever we got out there. We are going into Prophet Oz. Oh, we have a true prophet on, and I always say prophets make profits. Prophet Oz, what is up, Oz? We are Skeptic Ranting on if you need religion to be good, you're bad. What are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, can you hear me?
Why, yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, yes, I am the prophet, and Jesus is a myth. And the R.I.P. to Hitch. Hitch said it best: religion poisons everything. And if you can demonstrate that to be false, I would love to hear the argument. But yeah, religion fucks everything up.
Woohoo! And before anyone even has a chance to respond, I'm going to get the full girl deck loaded. Thank you so very much, Oz. Matsusoro, with that, you are, and probably you two, we got 20 more minutes before we go into outros. But Matsusoro, welcome. We are, if you need religion to be good, you are bad. We are, in fact, skeptic and ranting. What are your thoughts?
Well, I agree. I think that the old adage is pretty much the basic. It's, you know, there are good people and there are bad people, but it takes religion to make a good person do a bad thing, generally. I think anyone who doesn't do bad things just because of a fear of punishment only, I agree, is inherently a bad person. But I also don't think there are very many of those people. I think that a lot of people who think they only do bad things, I think there are people that think that God's punishment is what stops them from doing bad things, but that's just the excuse their brain tells them when they don't want to do bad things. I don't think the default state of man is bad. I think the default state of man is greedy and survival focused, but not bad necessarily. The reason I wanted to chat is, Eloy, we talked maybe last year about flat Earth. I believe me and you had interaction. And I just wanted to say I noticed that you seem to want your beliefs to be held on the same plane as like logic and reality. And I think that's where a lot of the discomfort comes from, is because logic doesn't, how to put it, it's okay to have faith. Like I used to be very militant atheist. I used to be like Oz, with the world's all fucked up because of religion, basically. But
whoa.
Vibes at Oz. Yeah, you're an inner circle atheist. I get you.
Damn.
But as I've aged, I've kind of mellowed out.
How old are you?
I'm 43.
Okay, we're about the same age. So,
but basically, it's more because we're outnumbered 10-1, and I'd rather not be murdered. The thing I want to say about Eloy, though, is it's a lot like young Earth creationists. The problem is not that the people believe the Earth is 6,000 years old. It's the problem that they insist that belief be treated with scientific respect. And the faith will never be logically provable. You'll never be able to win this argument demonstrating why your God gave you specific rules to follow and how that's right. You just have to accept that, because you're fighting in a battlefield you don't have the weapons for, and that's fine. A lot of people feel like self-conscious about that or defensive, like it's an attack on your faith. It really isn't. It's just it's faith. It's not logic. It's not science. The Earth's not 6,000 years old. Your moral code didn't come from a sky fairy. You can't prove that. So stop trying to convince people of that. And that's where the live and let live part comes from. It's like, if you want to have a faith discussion with someone about faith, those are different terms. Those are neither of us could prove which is the better book, Lord of the Rings or the Three Body Problem, because that's a subjective
Three Body Problem, 100%. It's a better book. Sorry, I'm so excited that somebody brought that up.
I'm midway through the second book. It's crazy.
Lord of the Rings. How dare you, blasphemy!
So if you listen back, you're typically stating everything that I said. So I'm not trying to convince anybody. I was asked some questions, and I'm answering from the point of view of the Christian as I see it, but I don't expect nor intend nor wish to thrust upon other people what I believe, or at least by force. I'm willing to have a conversation about it, but I'm not willing to bend other people's will in order to get my way in some way. So I am...
as opposed to me, who would like to be thrust on people so that I can...
Yeah, I'm not interested in such things.
Well, no, and
there would be other people that would. So I basically, what you just said, I agree with for the most part. I don't have an issue with anything. The analysis I have no issue with, frankly.
I think you both have relevant points. I think Eloy hasn't Eli's just answered our questions here. I feel in no way has he sort of made assertions on the nature of reality, kind of thing. I don't.
And let me
feel
clarify.
that's the
Let me
case.
clarify because
So,
we're on a path I didn't.
well, I'll just finish, Matty, because I do agree with you as well that when Christians do make those assertions of the ontology of the universe, sort of, the Earth is 6,000 years old, there is a problem there. But I don't think Eli has. All he sort of said is stated his belief and allowed us to ask questions about his belief and ask questions about our beliefs, and I think they're very productive conversations. I think that we need more like them.
That's what I want to clarify. I'm not saying that Eloy's trying to convert us. What I'm saying is that feeling of frustration that the language he's using isn't landing is because he's speaking a different language than us, and that just needs to be understood and okay. You can't logically prove a supernatural event. It's just not possible. By definition.
Wait a second. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, because I'm just jumping in. So, because I think this could make for. I know Amy said there's like 20-25 minutes left. This could be a more interesting dialogue. So, Eloy, based on just a couple things I've heard just since I've been here. So, you're a believer. Are you also a flat earther?
No.
Oh, okay. I heard that.
I said that because I watch the debates. Mark sometimes is on these debates, and I enjoy debates for the. Well, I mentioned that. Like, I enjoy the back and forth, and I find the flat Earth debates. What I like about the flat Earth, I guess, you know what? Let me not go down. I enjoy it because it's so silly, and yet at the same time they're trying to work in that message. I just find it interesting. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Then I'll drop it, because if you're not, I was going to draw the comparison that equally theists and atheists, non-believers, skeptics, I almost daily I get attacked because I'm a mythicist. I believe Jesus is a myth. I don't think he ever existed, and I get compared to a flat earther almost on a daily basis, which I think is hilarious. But that's a non-conversation if you're not a flat earther, so we're good.
Yeah, I'm not a flat. And to respond to Maestro, so I'm not. So I understand what you're saying. Like, I understood everything, and you said it clearly, and your point. So I'm not trying to knock you at all. But I'm just wanting to sort of like say a few things in response. So my first question of the evening wasn't to go with swords drawn and defend on the basis of my personal beliefs in terms of spirituality. It was asking, and I always do this every time I come on here. I don't focus on that. I focus on the peripherals of form, of interaction, because I'm curious about interactions and how people work out the logistics of that. So I asked, what is the definition of good and what is the definition of bad? That was the first thing I asked, because that's the where I wanted to look at, and so that was my bit. I wasn't intended on this. Mark went and asked X amount of things, and so I opened up on that, and you were fair, Mark, to say, to interpret what I said in the best of light, closest to what my intent is. So I appreciate you doing so. But anyways, I appreciate everybody's input, and I have no problem with whatever you guys believe, and if it's a little bit harsh and stuff, I have no problem. That's fine.
Yeah, but I think what we're getting into is sort of, and what I love discussing is people's epistemology, sort of the reasoning why they believe what they believe, the foundations for their belief, and sort of what they're claiming as knowledge. And that's sort of what we're approaching, sort of why we think that there is an objective morality and why I think there is a subjective morality. And don't get me wrong, I can't prove there isn't an objective morality from God. I can't demonstrate that morality is solely a social construct that is subjective to each society. I can't demonstrate that. Or rather, that the framework is subjective, that people are after a certain goal that creates morals. But so with sort of morality determining what's good and evil, what's moral or immoral, We're kind of looking at good and evil as that which adheres to the moral structure and that which does not adhere to the moral structure as good and evil, or opposes the morality. Really, it's detrimental to achieving the morality. So I think that's where I would go for good and evil.
Okay.
But I understand that you may have a different concept of what sort of good and evil would be.
So Mark, can I ask you, do you, because I think I get you, but you're saying that the concept of good and evil is contextual to whatever the morality of the day is. Like if the morality of the world today was to do X and people did Y, that was bad, but 10,000 years from now another civilization had that flipped, it would sort of, but under the moral system that I adhere to, which is sort of meta-ethical relativism, right? You're really looking at a goal-focused morality. So if people in Germany did a certain thing and they said, well, we're trying to achieve what's best for our country, some of the things they did were not the best for their country. It dragged them into wars. It damaged them, going throughout the ages. It was not a moral thing to do because it was not achieving the goal that they were trying to achieve through their systems. So the way that I look at it is that even if those people thought it was okay on the day, if it wasn't doing what they wanted it to achieve, if it wasn't achieving what they wanted it to achieve, then it's an immoral action, even sort of outside of relativism. You can look back and say, hey, what they did was immoral because it would not get them to the outcome that they wanted. Does that make sense?
We have a dirty progression through history where there's a lot of things that interact and happen. And religion is one of those items on the table, but there's others as well. And one could definitely point to those other items as damaging for the better, for mankind. But sure. I think it's man's it's the behavior of men wanting power throughout history and what was available to them to use. But likewise, those same, tools were used by many people for good as well. And so we are a mix of good and bad. And you said something, I forget who said, but in the right conditions, I have no doubt that all of us here in the right conditions would be capable of everything that man is capable of doing, humans are capable of doing, from the most horrific to the kindest. And I'm sure that somewhere back, back when the Vikings were raiding and whatnot, I'm sure that among all that raiding and bloodletting, I'm sure there was one Viking, I'm sure there was many Vikings, even so, that would have stood over their victim before they became a victim and had the second thoughts. Maybe not much, because they sure went through the ringer, but I'm sure that what I'm getting at is that, man is complicated, and all these things are acting with us through time, and we're using all these things across time. And yes, things change, and the lines drawn as to what's acceptable and not as well changes. And somebody said earlier that the Bible is not processed as it was, back when, and so on. Yes, even that progresses. We see that.
I do want to address.
Go ahead, Duchess. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be quick. I just want to address something you said a little earlier, Eloy. You had mentioned, I got the feeling at least that you think debate or trying to change somebody's opinion is kind of futile, because at the end of the day, belief is belief, and science is science, those sorts of things. But I don't really think it's futile. I do agree that you're not going to change somebody's mind overnight. I agree that debating the existence of God, to me, I think that's a debate not really worth having. I'm sure for some people it is, but maybe just because I couldn't do it. But anyway, what I'm getting at is I think that we should, and I'm sure you would agree, should actively try to, explain to people as best as we can why our beliefs are correct. We obviously all think our beliefs are correct, so why not try to get people on board, right? And I think the way to do that, especially nowadays, is through education. And by education, I literally mean like funding schools, especially in the States, with these sorts of programs, or just, I don't know, just more kind of emphasis on education. I think that goes a long way.
I don't disagree with you at all. I think that education is what so without people learning and growing and understanding and knowing about other cultures and knowing, just the more they know, the better off they are. And earlier I was going to say that if that I would readily admit, and I was going to admit it until we went in another direction. If I were to say, and I'm quite comfortable saying it, it's been difficult to get to this point for me, but that's my personal horizon. And for whatever it's worth. But if I were to take a scale of 1 to 10 on how ignorant I am to all that there is out there to understand and know, I would put myself up close to 10, if not 10. Because if I were to, those little circles that they draw, like they say things that you know, and then they have a outer circles, and it says things that you think you know, and then there's another circle that says things that you believe. You've seen those
Venn diagrams.
Yes. So I think that's the most awesome. That diagram is the most awesome thing because it puts it in perspective. So I'm quite aware of the things that I believe that I can't prove, to the extent of which I understand. I can reflect, look in the mirror and understand that these are things that I just believe, and I can't go to Mark and say, okay, Mark, listen, X, Y, and Z, and this is how it is, and this I can't prove that. So I the religion and those debates, I don't see a way of it being fruitful in terms of you can't prove it. There's no that's a personal thing. That's a personal thing. You would argue, but it has consequences in the society at large. I would argue I would personally argue most Christians, for whatever it's worth, aren't. And this is going to probably Stephanie you might object, but I would suggest that most Christians are not out to do damage to other people. They're just simply Christian because they grew up as such, and it's a thing that has come down the pike for generations across time, and it just is. It just is. They don't question it. Maybe some do. Some believe it because they feel it in their heart. I don't know. I believe that there's things that we feel, and maybe it's chemicals in our brain. I can't answer any of it. I know there's chemicals in our brain, but I can't answer. It's my personal belief, and I choose to not put a gun to people's head and force them to think as I think. Do I think that that's the most rational way to behave, as Mark was suggesting? I don't know. I'm just saying this is what I believe, and maybe I'm totally freaking wrong, but I feel it's so, and that's not good enough for other people, so I accept it as such.
So
fine.
I don't think, if I might, Mark, just I've been quiet for a long time. I don't think most Christians are out to get somebody. I mean, but I think you would agree with me that, Eloy, that some Christians are in fact out to get people.
I would agree with you. Yes.
And that is discomforting, being one of the people that they're out to get. But the the thing that's curious to me, as having been brought up in the Methodist Church and with a very, very strong history of clergy. I'm kind of an outlier in my family in that I didn't go into the family tradition. Is this whole notion of when we're talking about morality, so that so much of this is being kicked upstairs to God. And Mark and I were on a stream earlier where people were advocating for theocratic societies. You know, you can't have a just society unless you're appealing to the higher morality. At which point it becomes, well, but why? If ultimately all of these discussions wind up being political in some nature or another, and it seems to me that those discussions need to stay on a secular plane, because otherwise you're just going to have people appealing to higher authorities that may or may not exist, and even if they do and they don't, you're still going to have to beat out the details.
The good thing, Stephanie,
right?
I'll just I agree with what you're saying, and I wasn't part of that other discussion, and so I don't know the details, but from according to what you said, I agree. So the good thing is, well, I mean, this might be a disagreement as well, slightly, because of how much this is so or not. But so we're not that, we live, at least in the United States and across the Western and across the world, we live in situations where there's laws that govern, what's accepted, not accepted, and I think that for the most part, at least right now, for the most part, it kind of balances out. Like, people can't go a lynching when they get an itching. They can't just go ahead, and so there's a bunch of things that people can't do, even though they would want to, that have that authoritarian streak in them, and they would use religion or whatever other device they could.
But I think that
But you see, the laws can change. The laws are in the act of changing as I speak.
Yeah,
there are laws being built against there are laws. There are laws debated in Tennessee day before yesterday. Laws being proposed that would take children away from their parents because the state hews to a Christian doctrine, insisting on a binary sex construct. There are laws being debated there are over 150 laws being debated in state legislatures right now.
230.
230. It's up to that. I mean, this is
2023.
So if
just let me say this.
No, please let me finish on this topic, because it's kind of in my
absolutely.
wheelhouse.
Absolutely.
Okay.
These are questions that are coming up, on the basis of they're debating shit from a religious perspective over 0.5% of humanity. Laws that affect, when it comes to kids in sports, in most states, nobody. And you know why those kids aren't participating in sports? Because they're already isolated.
You want to know? This is
So
not to.
I just want to add, just really quickly. In 2023, there's been 230 anti-trans legislations put into bills throughout America in different state and federal legislations. This is the biggest. The ACLU calls it the biggest anti-trans push anyone has ever seen in your country.
It was, according to the tracker, which is a very good tracker that I follow, like literally a week ago, it was 150.
Okay.
Like last Thursday, it was 150, and I wouldn't be at all surprised that another bunch.
I just got it from the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU. Yeah. I usually go for that.
And I'll say this very quickly to follow up what Stephanie said. She's being far more charitable And that's actually what I love and respect about her. She's being far more charitable than I'm going to be, because this is where I'll say, and I'll double down on religion poisons everything. And not only that, and even atheists hate when I say this, but I'm going to say it. You're guilty by association. You're guilty by association. You all subscribe to, believe in, and adhere to the same book that preaches, teaches, and institutes these bullshit, asinine, hateful, bigoted, crazy ideas. So yes, you may be one of the nicest Christians that anyone's talked to on YouTube, but you subscribe to the same book that are some of the foundational reasons, purposes, or forces in these bullshit laws, these bullshit ideas, and bullshit beliefs. So I wanted to follow up with that, and they can be charitable. I'm not going to be I'm not going to be charitable. I'm going to tell you it's bullshit.
I will agree with you, Oz, but I also would plead with you, Eloy, please help us.
Well, I'm now if
Obi-Wan Kenobi or Eloy-Wan Kenobi.
No, seriously. I mean, seriously.
If people like the gentleman there if people like the gentleman there go on like that and put everybody in a box, and he could justify it, and he does that. People like us have no other choice but to double down, triple down, and let's see where the gauntlet.
That is your choice.
No.
That is your choice.
You do have a choice. You do have a choice.
I'm
sorry. Fuck around and find out.
You guys don't like it because you've already done the math of where I'm going. Go ahead, and I'll respond when I'll respond my complete.
And I absolutely will. I absolutely will. This is in any and every time that I have put the gauntlet down. So I'll use your language. I've put the gauntlet down.
I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't finish the sentence, so I'm not gonna stop.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna stop because that you're doing is hijacking. You're hijacking the thought.
Aloy, let him respond.
Let me finish my sentence, and then he can respond to the complete sentence.
Well, no, you told me to finish.
Okay.
You told me to finish. You told me to finish.
Someone's got to step into it here. Please. Can you hold on like we let Eloy finish, and then you can just let Red.
He told me to finish.
Well, someone has to give.
And I'm good with either person.
Go ahead. You're frothing, and you're not allowing me to finish my thing. So go ahead.
Just allow us to finish then, and then you can say whatever you want, Eloy. We just need to have. If we both just yell, no one hears anything, and I'm interested in what both of you have to say. Okay, so go ahead, Oz.
Right, so I will froth along. Yes, anytime I lay the gauntlet down and I say, no, I'm not going to be charitable, and any of you and all of you, you're guilty by association because you prescribe to the same book, I get the immediate reaction you just gave me.
Yeah,
it becomes
But I didn't finish.
But I'm not finished.
You don't know my psychology. You don't know my psychology. But
I'm not finished.
Eloy, you can correct him. Just let him speak whatever he's got to say, and then you can correct all of that. Okay?
Yeah,
correct afterwards.
As soon as I'm done, I will shut up and I'll mute and I'll let you go. But you told me to finish. You keep talking over me. So yes, I'm using a singular word that you used because I find that word very intriguing in this conversation. I'm laying the gauntlet, and I'm saying that yes, you're guilty by association, and you have so far demonstrated that as soon as that gauntlet is laid down, and that everyone that's subscribing to that book, you hold the bad ideas, the bad beliefs, the foundations of that book to be true, which influences laws that are passed, bills that are proposed and eventually passed, and then you get angry. You get angry when your feet are held to the fire, and I know that sucks. Sometimes it sucks to be held accountable. But like I said, and I'll be done. I'm not, in this regard, I'm not charitable, and I'm not nice when it comes to this. And that's it, and that's all. So now you can lay your gauntlet, and I'll mute.
Okay, so if it's going to be like that, like you're saying, then people have no choice but to throw the gauntlet down. Now, there's portions of the see, you didn't let me finish. There's portions of the population that can be reasoned with, regardless of that. But since you want to box people in boxes, you're just simply doing what other people that box people in boxes do. And with that attitude, because my attitude has been throughout this and other recordings, and Amy and James can be witnesses to that, has been to be fair as much as now I am human and I'm liable to get angry. John Lennon said one thing. John Lennon said, hey, I don't want, paraphrasing, I don't want war, but I don't know. I might change my mind. We're human beings.
All right.
But if
Wasn't
you're going to
John
be,
Lennon stoned out of his fucking mind for
let me finish. Let me finish. See, come on, man.
Eli, keep going.
So your attitude down there, the gentleman, of doing that, boxing people in. If you're going to go ahead and do that, if you're going to go ahead and do that, then everybody else on the opposite side is going to go ahead and have to do the same thing, and we're going to see where it ends up. And my point was that people can be reasoned with, but I do not like nor appreciate that kind of personality and that kind of attitude that boxes people in. And if you're witnesses to it, Amy and James, you know that I try my darndest in conversation, but that kind of attitude, it leads to war.
Eli, he was just telling you were part of the problem.
Eli.
Yeah, we already are at war. We're just being killed slowly.
Eli.
So if you want
Let
war,
Eli finish. Let Eli finish, because he
yeah,
hasn't
for goodness
finished, and
sakes,
I want him
please.
to.
Let me just finish. If you want war,
And when he's done, when he's done, I would like to respond before everybody jumps in, please.
I would just like to point out that I have no idea what you gentlemen are talking about, but I guess I'll just let you talk.
Okay, what we're talking about is the following. He wants to box all Christians in, because at the end of the day, it comes from the book, and look at the legislation and so on. So let's box everybody in. So he's not going to be kind. And what I'm suggesting, and that's why I responded, kind of, it really. So I don't like that kind of person. I'm sorry I don't know you personally, but I don't like that kind of thought or ideology, because what ends up happening is that people are going to think different than you, and they are going to be boxed in by you. And so what that leads to is perpetual war back and forth. And that kind of, and that's kind of sick. So you could argue that religious people are this and that, but people are individuals. And so it's better to treat people with kindness as best as you can. But if you're not going to go for kindness, then people will huddle around and defend what they got. And we don't want that. We want kindness. Okay, so yes, your points of views I do not like. I'm sure you're a great person, but this that you've said, I could not but overwhelmingly disagree with the attitude, and I think it's not human or nice. It's not nice for humans to be that way. But that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Wait just a second. With all respect, Oz, I lesson in allyship here, because I'm the person at the tip of the spear. Is it okay if I just say a word?
Oh, absolutely. You know that, Stephanie. You're good. Go
ahead.
Okay, Eloy, I want to say this with all love and kindness. I understand your hurt. I understand the harshness of the position that's being staked out. With respect, Oz is correct. Far too many, and not you, but far too many Christians are sitting in the pews, and maybe you're one of them, and not stepping up and defending your trans brothers, sisters, siblings, aunts, uncles. Maybe there is no one in your life. But far too many Christians are sitting on the sidelines being offended by the rhetoric that you perceive as being directed against you, and it's not. It's being directed against the actions that are being taken. It's not being directed against people, except for the people that are doing it and the motivations that are driving them. The motivations that are driving them are the ones that Oz just pointed out. So please, as difficult as it is for you to take on board the fact that Americans defending freedom, that focus on the family, that these right-wing Christian organizations who are writing these bills and providing them to state legislatures for them to use for their own crass political ends are being driven by organizations and people whose deep faith is that people like me and people like Amy ought not to exist.
Stephanie,
that is a
It's
fact.
like being on a bridge and somebody's drowning and you have a life raft and you're not helping them.
When you first started, Stephanie, in your conversation, and I immediately, when it was my turn, agreed with you and in your reasoning, if you recall. And throughout this whole thing, I've conceded a bunch of things willingly. And if you recall, you said we need people that believe on our side.
Yes.
Now,
and I maintain that, but please.
But let me make my point, because I've got a point going on here. The point is, Stephanie, that if that is the attitude, the one that you're sharing, if that's the attitude, then that's the correct attitude. But if it's the attitude the gentleman's using, then what ends up happening?
Name is Oz.
I
can I
can't see
tie
it
this?
a little thing. If the attitude is the one the gentleman is using, then what ends up happening is that people that can be reasoned with, maybe, but most people will go ahead and dig down into their trenches, and what you'll have is not what you want, Stephanie, with people siding and being sensible, but what you'll have is more people gathering around and basically leading towards war. So if that's the case,
Eloy,
May I?
I'd like to say something.
Eloy,
I want to say something.
Eloy,
I want to tie this back in.
So,
May
I want to give everybody. It sounds like
Oz was ready to go from before.
And Oz, it sounded like
Well, could I go after Oz? Because I want to tie it back in, because I don't think we're far off base. We're just using different terms, and I can tie all of this in and explain to Eloy what the position is of mine, that I think that we're kind of all right.
Absolutely. And so because we have so much juice in the conversation, we are going to go for like another 20, 30 minutes. Exactly.
Hours, you know.
I will. The joke is always we're on Amy time, so we'll be here for 1 to 3
I'd
days.
like to go after Mark, just saying really quickly.
Oh, and that all sounds good. And then Eloy, I know you're in the hot seat, so I know you'll eventually want to respond again. And so Oz, Mark, Duchess, and then Eloy, whenever
I'm
you
not
have
happy
time
with
to make.
Amy. I'm not happy with you or James. You guys, you planned all this, and this is.
I will say the texting back and forth has been for days, but
it's a trap.
Oh, it definitely is. But speaking of something differently, Oz.
No, and Amy and James, thank you for the channel, the platform to have these conversations. And first, before I dig in here, I want to say, Eloy, I also have a YouTube channel, and we can have this and even other conversations one-on-one on my channel if you so desired. You want to. I know you probably think I'm a complete asshole right now, and I'm really not. But I am very direct. I am very assertive.
You're a complete wizard.
And I'm the man behind the curtain for certain. And I'm a poet and didn't know it. But so before I kind of make my final point, I want to make sure that I clear up maybe any possible disconnects are connected here. So first of all, you are a Bible believing Christian, yes or no?
You do your statement. I'm not going to answer your questions. Go ahead and do your statement.
Are you serious?
Well, he doesn't have
Hey,
to answer
Eloy,
the
when you
question.
hear bigotry in religious circles, do you shut down like this too there? I'm just curious.
I don't like people that promote hate. And to me,
wow,
There was
You're
no
a
hate in
member
what
of
he
one of
was
the
saying to
biggest
you.
hate groups in the world.
Okay.
What
Don't
the
be a
hell?
Well, maybe
snowflake.
I think he's
maybe I can
misunderstanding
tie it in
Oz, because
here.
Oz is not a hateful guy.
People,
wow.
I love you all. Maybe I can tie in what I think we should talk about, and that is, so there's something understood as being responsibility versus blame. Okay, so when we point fingers at somebody, it's easy to say, hey, you're to blame for this, and you have this culpability for what has happened. And I don't think Oz is saying that at all. And I wouldn't say that at all, Eloy. I'm sure you are not to blame for these legislations going through. You're not to blame for the hatred in Christians out there. But as part of a system, you have a responsibility morally, a moral responsibility to do something about it. If this isn't moral to you, then you have that responsibility because you are part of this system. A lot of the times I explain this, I explain it like when you work in a company. You work for a company, somebody comes in with a complaint, they yell and scream at you. You're not to blame for anything that's happened. It wasn't you that did any of this. But as part of the company, it's your responsibility to fix it. And that's the way that I see it, that it is up to good people like you, Eloy, to speak to other Christians and say, hey, this isn't right. This cannot be right. This is so immoral. And I think that's where it's so easy to go, well, I'm going to blame Eloy. And Eloy had nothing to do with this. But at the same time, I do consider it, my responsibility, your responsibility, everybody's responsibility to open their mouths and say, hey, this is immoral what is happening to these people. These people are being oppressed and it's not right. And I think that's my position. Whether that's the same as Oz's, I'm not sure, but that's where I'm coming from and why I would say, no, you're not to blame. You are responsible being part of this system that is pushing these things.
I think that's reasonable, what you've said, and balanced. I think that um, if there's an so if I'm expected to be a tolerant person, and I think to the extent that I am not, and am not, because it depends. There's a spectrum going on. Um, people could take issue or not with me, but I would not come into a lion's den if I wasn't open to a certain degree. And notice, I do not take shots at any of you in any derogatory way. I might get, a little bit flustered here and there in previous shows and this and that. But if you consider my approach and interaction with you people, it's never something to demean you, belittle you, minimize you. But when asked in that one original show with Amy and James, I admitted as much of being a Christian. She asked, and I don't know what the topic was at that point, but I admitted as much. And then, it became a theme to put that out there because you guys revolve around that, and I wanted to engage. But if I was that extreme, I would be cussing up a storm. Well, then
Sure.
again, I could
So
be extreme and be hiding it as well. You don't know me from Adam. But the
Absolutely.
point is this: what you said is reasonable and can be worked with, as opposed to some other things that were said that can't be. I could be reasoned with, but I don't know if the public at large believes in my vicinity.
So there was a very there was a
Well, Duchess wanted to
you're
go
good.
next.
Real quick because
Okay.
You didn't want to answer my question. I wasn't asking that question as I got you. I was setting framework so that you and I hopefully could find common ground here. And those that do know me here on this channel and wherever else on YouTube, I'm not an asshole, but I do hold people's feet to the fire. Like I will hold you accountable to what you say and believe, and I expect
you will hold me nothing. You will hold me nothing, and I have a little bit of contempt for you.
Okay, before you guys get into an argument,
wow,
you're the first person on this channel to say something as freaking bigoted as you're the first person that I've heard box people in such a way. In that way, that leaves no room
Is this
for
real
wiggle
life?
room so that
Eloy,
people
can
work with
I've
each other.
been waiting patiently. I promise.
Is this real life?
So what happened, what I think happened was the conversation initially was about people's rights
We're not in Kansas anymore.
being taken away. Oz pointed out that you, as being a Christian, are part of the problem. You felt that he was boxing you in, but you didn't stop there. You said, well, if you're going to do that, if you're going to box me in, watch me take away people's rights even harder. And that's not like...
That's what you heard, but that's not what I said.
That was the intention behind what you said.
War. I mean,
you said people are gonna buckle down even further.
You guys don't hear the whole. You know what?
I heard you loud and clear.
Somebody out there, maybe 100, 200 years from now, if this channel's still sitting on, people will listen and paste one word after the other together and realize what I said in its true form, not the window in which you're viewing it through. Because what you're saying has nothing to do with what I explained.
Let's do it because this is the most practical and healthy thing to do. So, Eloy, if you actually think that I came from an attacking or manipulative or deceptive or whatever evil angle, please, okay, any of that, whatever word that you would like to apply to it, I'll give you that. Please steel man my position. Steel man me. Tell me. You repeat back to me. You tell me what I was saying.
I did already. I did already. I said I'll do it now.
Hold on. So then do it, and then that way I can try to actually communicate to you what I was saying, which is what I've been trying to do.
Oh, no,
so
no,
please.
No, I knew it. I heard you clearly what you were saying.
I
want everybody the results of your desire of putting people in ringing people all together in one group and that other group and this other group. That attitude, I'm opposed to it completely, forever and a day. And yes, I will be against you 100% on that. I'm sure you're a nice person as a human being, but that concept, I'm against 100%. There, I will put my foot down.
Okay, so I'm not. If I could please defend myself really quick. This was not a matter of me boxing people in. So you have inserted that language into this conversation. You did that, not me. I never said anything about boxing people in, about limiting people, any like putting limitations or parameters around people. That never came out of my mouth. You did that.
All white people are bad. All small people are bad. All Christians are bad.
No, this is a bad look for you, bro. This is a bad look for you.
Very much.
And maybe just everybody take a breath and sort of
Oh,
calm
I'm
down.
good.
And
I'm good.
I wanna sort of, that's a really good point, Eloy. As white people, and you said all white people are bad. As white people, if we do nothing about the racism towards black people and the sort of things that happen to them, are we part of the problem? And I would argue yes, just as if somebody who tithes to the Catholic Church does not speak out about the injustice of, priests abusing boys in the pulpits across the land, they are part of the problem if they don't speak out. And I don't know if you're a Christian that speaks out. And I think, Oz, this is sort of what the main thrust of the problem is, that Eloy may be a Christian who does speak out about that, who does sort of tell other Christians, hey, you can't treat trans people badly. We don't know. And I think it's that assumption that he is somebody that does not speak out against injustice, that sort of, that one assumption has sort of made Eloy a bit upset.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
That assumption, I think, is an accurate thing, but I think I think you're being very accurate. I think that you're being a very clear person, and I have to respect that. That I respect. And but I will say that to reiterate what Duchess and the question of what I said, and I don't know why I'm going to repeat it. What I said was, if you go ahead and take all these people and categorize them and blame them, people that number in the millions upon millions, if you do that with that attitude, you're going to get an opposite reaction. They're not going to be malleable like Stephanie's attitude. People would be malleable. Mark's attitude, people would be malleable. I mean, there's going to be people that will hunker down, obviously, but the point is, you're going to have a lot of pushback with that kind of attitude, and you could replace Christians and boxing them in as this one thing, and then giving them a bad attribute, like they did with the Jews. They did the same thing.
No. See I don't agree.
I'd like to interject here and just read something, okay? Okay.
That is the most disrespectful straw man that's ever been presented. But I'll shut up. Jesus Christ.
I'd like to read something. I must make two honest confessions to you, my Christian and Jewish brothers. First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I've almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's greatest stumbling block in his stride towards freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes that he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. That's Dr. Martin Luther King, 1954, letter from a Birmingham jail. Please reflect on that and understand that it is not an attack, rather a challenge.
And I think the Nazis isn't actually a bad example, to be honest with you, because not all Germans are to blame for what happened. Most of them lived in ignorance of what was actually happening, and most of them just accepted it because their government was doing it. But we do hold them responsible. They're responsible for making up and changing their country. And now even doing a Nazi salute is outlawed. It's banned completely. They are responsible for what's happened in the past, but that doesn't mean every individual is to blame, especially the people that weren't even born then. But even the people that weren't born are still responsible for speaking out against that kind of thing, right?
We are the inheritors of everything that came before us. That's absolutely true. So I can't separate that fact. We are
but
the
we're not to
inheritors
blame.
of the past. But
But
we
we're
are
not to blame.
well, exactly. So, and the idea of Christianity is, okay, so Christianity is so broad that even people that aren't Christian fall under the sphere of many people across the Western world and beyond, across North Africa, across the Near East. I mean, just fall under the umbrella of those teachings, behaviors, cultural things, and it's all mixed up, as I mentioned before, in this progression through time. So in a way, we are all the inheritors and all culpable of everything that came in that regard. But as individuals, we're not. We're individuals. Some guy could be, a mechanic somewhere in Detroit. Another guy could be somewhere in California, pumping gas, whatever the case.
Right.
And these are human beings that, who knows their lot in life? Who knows they may have these things that
I'm pretty sure you just conceded to my point.
they may whatever. Dude. At this point, you know what, dude, go ahead and do what you have to do. You do what you have to do.
What I'm saying is everything you just said, if I heard it clearly, you're conceding to the point I made, where I'm not saying you as an individual, like individually, you are the one making all of the negative impacts. You're the one making all the bad decisions. I never said that. I said, and I'll be clear and repeat it, you're simply guilty by association, just like I am guilty by association unless I take and I would even say dating a black woman and living with a black woman, that we have this conversation all the time. There's still a part of me that I feel accountable to the bullshit that happened because of our if you want to call it history.
Color here is a lot different than
it's way different, and I said that earlier. Like his bringing it up what was a complete straw man, but I'm trying to find some common ground here. That's my attempt in doing that, because they are very, very two different conversations. Because when it comes to color or race or gender, sex, all that's completely different than someone having a dogmatic book that subscribes their orders and how they should or should not live their life. Those are two completely different things. But I'm just trying to draw some type of commonality. Or no, you're good, and I'll say this will be done, because I do come in hot, and I will never apologize for that, and I also don't change my position. I do believe that anyone that subscribes to that book, you are guilty by association, because that book has ordered, does order, and continues to order and command really, really bad, harmful, fucked up things. And ideas and beliefs. So that I will double down or triple down on that if need be, and if that's still problematic, then that's cool.
Yeah, congratulations on your double down. I hope you keep it and triple down on it, because that's your assessment, and you go.
That's reality.
You go ahead with There's also other things in reality which I was trying to explain, because there's other things involved there. But you have the right.
Can we? I was trying to be diplomatic, and if he's just going to go on the attack, then I want to say, then will you please answer the question that I asked earlier? Because I asked that question so that we could find further common ground. So are you a Bible believing Christian?
I think that goes without saying at this point now, doesn't it? Come on.
Okay. Well, I'm clarifying. I want clarification. I want to make sure I'm not making assumptions, right? And notice I'm not being.
Whatever your assessment is. I accept your assessment in terms of that's your assessment. Have at it.
Okay. So this is why I asked this. If you're a Bible believing Christian, do you have a Bible in front of you? And I'm asking that so you can open it and read a scripture I'm going to give you. I'm not being a dick.
I'm not playing your game.
I'm just asking you to read your book. That's all I'm doing.
Why don't you just tell us
you're
the
not going
quote?
to ask me to do anything
Yeah.
Holy.
Right.
Okay. All right. So if this is a Bible believing Christian and it is open to. Oh, okay. Leviticus 20, Leviticus 20:13. We'll start there. There's several others, but let's just start with Leviticus 20:13.
Okay, and which version do you want, Oz?
It doesn't matter. Whichever.
ESV?
Sure.
If a man has sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman, both of them have done what is detestable. They are to be put to death. Their blood will be on their own heads.
So if you subscribe to that book, and those bad ideas and that ideology, we have problems. That was my point.
The problem comes, Oz, that if you believe that the law has changed from the Old Testament to the New, you may subscribe to the book, but not to that idea. Would you concede that that's entirely possible?
Not if you've actually read the book, because in the New Testament it does not say that the law was abolished. It said that Jesus came to fulfill the law, and none of the laws should be changed.
No,
not one iota.
You're the kind of.
There's different interpretations of that.
My instinct.
There is different interpretations.
My instinct from the beginning is right, dude. You go ahead and chase after Christians and hunt them down.
I was a Christian for 30 years, bro.
Hey, you're not going to do that with me.
I
accept your whatever you believe. I'm fine with your belief. You go ahead and double down and you try that. You try that out in the real world, because I don't think people are. Because I don't think
I would rather talk to Eloy and find out his position on that.
I don't think people.
With all respect.
He doesn't like. You don't want to hear the comeback.
He doesn't want to be held accountable. He doesn't want to be held accountable.
Guys.
This is ridiculous.
You're a hunter.
Please,
you're a devil hunter, is what you are, dude. You're a devil hunter, and you box people,
whatever that is.
Huge categories.
With
and
all
you
respect,
think you're doing something honorable, but what you're doing is you are being a bigot.
You're scared. You're scared.
So,
You're
actually, hold on. I gotta interrupt everybody.
Both you guys, please.
Well, actually, as I just see that he actually stepped aside. I'm about to get 888 in here. But then, and here he is. So we are going to get 888. He is going to be the last person in here tonight, because I keep on saying it. But we are about to go into outros. But 888, what is up? We are Skeptic Ranting on if you need religion to be good, you're bad. I hope you're having a fun time. What are your thoughts?
Hope you've been following the conversation.
Man, it's crazy what's going on. It's like, it's always going back to the Bible and stuff like that. But like, what about the big picture? Like, what about the other religions? You know what I'm saying? It's like you're going back to these quotes and stuff like that. But what if that's just like how things we're able to get like as advanced as we are today is by oppressing people?
What?
Sure. Moral relativism. That's moral relativism. You've just described moral relativism.
Well, and I mean, it's probably good for the people who didn't get oppressed, but I'm pretty sure the oppressed people might not agree with you that that's a good thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that dumb thing, but can I smoke a bowl? Is that cool?
Please.
I don't know.
It's
The
tobacco.
TOS
It's tobacco.
goes there. Okay.
It's tobacco.
As long as it's the TOS. TOS, it's tobacco.
It's Delta 8 tobacco.
We'll find out. Ads. We love you. Sponsored by Apple. Specifically, the thing that you put in an
Eloy,
apple.
what I want to know is what do you mean? Sorry, Stephanie, I was talking.
No,
Eloy,
no,
what
go
I want to
ahead.
know is what you mean when you said that people are going to Christians are going to double down even harder. Can you explain that? Because I think that's where my contention was. I don't know about everybody else, but what are your thoughts on that?
That's a concern.
If you're derogatory towards a group of people that have an identification, and if you're willing to cast your net broadly in order to classify them or attribute to them X, Y, and Z, people don't like when they receive derogatory. And I'm not talking. So
No, hang on. I don't want to. I don't want you to go off on a tangent here. What are the implications of that when you said they're going to double down even harder? What does that actually look like?
People that are not reasonable. People that are not reasonable, and I've admitted as much that there's factions of people out there with beliefs that are not reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not on the basis of kindness. I've already mentioned throughout the course of this this broadcast. Those people that can't be reasoned with, if you approach it with the same unreasonableness and derogatory, that is basically escalation, as opposed to having a decent back and forth with people and being kind as much as possible. But see, that temperament is my temperament, and it's been questioned. Mark questioned it. Well, how do you know if your belief is sound and whatnot? And I conceded throughout the whole time. I'm me, and I'm expressing my beliefs because I was asked of it. Okay, so I'm just saying, out there in the broader world, if you go derogatory, you will receive pushback. And there are people that can't be reasoned with. Is that the world? And is that the technique that we want? Is that how we want to treat each other? And I personally don't want that, but I'm capable of being as dirty as any other person because we're all human.
See, that's where you're going to stick your foot in your mouth again.
No.
Well,
You think
the
it's sticking
problem
my
that
foot?
I have.
May I?
You think it's sticking, let me just tidy this up. You think it's sticking my foot in my mouth?
You can't tidy it up.
I think you're all really cute, by the way.
You think
Right back
You're
at
so
you.
sweet. I like it.
it's sticking my foot in my mouth, but I'm just literally expressing that we as humans are capable of all the things that humans are capable of.
Well, but Eloy, let me ask
you're correct. You're correct. Give me.
I'm just being.
Give me a sec, okay?
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
Okay, I'd like to go after.
Here's. I find a very strange correlation between people who came to atheism out of very strictly fundamentalist backgrounds and fundamentalist Christians. I think that it takes a while to lose that let's go to the Bible and see what it says thing. And my tradition in Christianity and out of Christianity, and in fact my way out of Christianity was a far more broad reading of the scripture in terms of, I would say I'm in King's tradition, the social gospel, the good news. Like there's not necessarily the divide between the Old Testament and the New Testament, because there's plenty of bullshit in the New Testament too. That's grim. And I find it really curious when atheists go hunting up Bible verses unless they're doing so in a textual debate with someone who is trying to uphold the worthiness of God. And most often when I do get into those conversations, they're not willing to accept what the text says, which is funny.
Yeah.
But if you can see within your belief, as I said at the outset, if you can see within your belief a way to be kind to people, then fine. I'm not going to fight you tooth and nail to give up your belief. But if your belief leads you to find chapter and verse, if your belief leads you to find the verse that Oz just cited as a justification to putting homosexuals to death, then I will fight you, because that's insane.
And I can agree with you.
Yeah. I was very patient. I've got something to say, and I was very patient about it.
Let me just say,
No. I've been very patient. I want to speak.
It's a three-word
after
thing,
you, Mark.
dude.
I mean, after you.
It's a three-word thing. Stephanie, I agree with that sentiment. You've been reasonable, even though you've been critical. So I agree with that sentiment.
Okay, yeah, and I want to back, and I wanted you to realize sort of one of the contradictions that you've said, Eloy, because you're sort of advocating for, well, let's have a conversation. And I agree with you. We should have a conversation, and we should speak to people on the other side who don't share our beliefs. I agree with you. But then you went on to say there are people who will not listen. They will not. What did you say? They will not change their minds. And the whole point is that, well, once you get to that point, why are we having the conversation trying to change their minds? If they believe people like Stephanie and Amy shouldn't exist, then that is a conversation is not what's required at that point. At that point, and I would hope you would sort of being more with their beliefs would change their minds. But if it comes down to it, Eloy, if they're not going to change their mind and they still think that, the rights that these people have are going to be taken away, you're going to be left with a choice of whether you stand with them or you stand with us. And I'm really sorry it's going to be that way, but that's the way it has to be, because we're not going to give up the rights to autonomy and to existence and to healthcare that the trans community are entitled to. And I would hope you would stand with us, but I don't know you that well. So I think that in that case, if you would stand with them when push comes to shove, the people who will not give people like Stephanie their rights, I hope you'll stand with us. But Oz is correct. If you stand with them, then you are part of the problem. But I don't know you that well, Eloy. I don't know if that's what you would choose.
I mean, throughout this whole conversation, I've explained that we're all human beings. We're all equal.
Sure.
I mean, maybe not that exact word, but I've said it plenty of times in different ways throughout the whole thing, not only in this episode. Ask Amy and James. It is not Amy and James that my attitude has been in that direction. Maybe you agree?
Yeah, I'm sorry then. I just was sort of making a point, of what because a lot of atheists
and James.
Well, I'm gonna let Mark final
atheists,
sentence, and then I'm gonna read a super chat, and then it's gonna be the final 7 minutes of the panel.
Okay. I'll just say one more thing, and then I'm done. So a lot of atheists come out of religion traumatized, incredibly traumatized, and I don't know what that's like. I cannot even imagine what that would be like, because I was born an atheist, was raised an atheist, I'm a cradle atheist. I have no concept of, I can only imagine the trauma that they have been through. And
Oz can talk about that.
Absolutely, a lot of atheists can talk about that, and do on multiple occasions, that when religion takes aim, or religion seems to, people with religious intentions take a aim at their friends and their family and their loved ones and the people on the internet who we all love, like Stephanie, they want to fight because they have been hurt. It's not you personally, Eloy, and I really hope you understand this, that some people in our community have been traumatized, and I would really hope, and I really beg you to try and understand that the trauma has been done by not you. You're not to blame, but a segment of the religion that you follow, and that hurt can be very close to the surface sometime. I just want you to understand that it's not you personally.
I can understand that. I don't know the circle.
Oh no, okay.
Let me just, Amy. It's just, how can I not say something?
Oh no, you're good. It's just I was trying to get that in.
Yeah, I'm done. I won't say anything.
I just wanted to say that, of course, I can't deny a person their hurt. I can't deny a person their whatever the situation that they've been involved in, because by denying a person that, they, in my mind, by my reckoning, they have a right to deny me mine. And we're all human beings, and we all should play on the same level, right? We should all be equal in that way, the basics of our humanity. So I agree to that. I don't know what everybody's been through here. You're right. That's a good point. Who knows what situations everyone may or may not have been through here. So yes, absolutely, it's reasonable to me for you to have said that. Yes.
And okay, I just want to thank you both, Mark and Eloy. I have conflicted feelings. I'm not sure. It is kind of on topic, maybe, not sure. Sending says, "Love you, Oz. Hope
Fuck
you're
you.
well, brother." $5 super chat from Empathy Respect. I don't know if I have full context, and so
Eloy, I had one question / statement. I wanted again to reiterate, it's not personal blame at all. So, especially like I'm a white male, and when people talk about white privilege, that human nature is to be like, I was born poor. What are you talking about privilege? And it's hard to get past that. So I completely understand the feeling. But I just want to ask you one question and to hopefully prompt some thinking. You said earlier that if the atheists got too mean, that you would stand up with them, the Christians, because human nature is to double down. But I'm wondering why you don't have that same feeling towards your own religion, who are hating gays right now and being way more mean to gay people than atheists are to Christians, but you still stand with them and you don't hold them to the same standard. And so I think that's the thing I would want you to think about, and where
I can answer
a lot
that
of that
right now.
concern comes from.
I can answer that right now, because my assessment. So number one, I don't stand with Christians that want to hurt people according to whatever their specifics may be. I don't adhere to that. I think, again, to reiterate throughout this whole thing, I believe people are equal, all of us, period, right? Whether you're Christian or not Christian, that factor just happens to be my belief. I even mentioned that in the beginning. But what you're saying,
how do you square that?
let me answer your thing. I don't stand with people just because somebody says they're a Christian and goes and does some nasty stuff. Doesn't mean I partake with them and accept them and hold them. I do not do that. And Christians fight all the time anyways. It's not like it's one big band. People are fighting each other over all sorts of things, and in a dirty way too. It's the darn history of Europe anyhow, and in the United States, and it's been nasty. So they're not even a unified thing. I do not. Well, look, I said it already. I've said it throughout this whole thing. We are all. The tag of Christian that you're focusing on is because you guys are focused on such things, but I've explained other things. That's the completeness of a human being, but you guys are focused on the Christian thing. And I understand it, but remember, we're human beings. There's more to. I mean, I go to the bathroom. I
Ew.
put on cologne. Sometimes I scratch my ass. Sometimes I don't scratch my ass. I mean, we're human beings, for goodness sake. But to box people in, this group is this and that group is that, that is the beginning of intolerance.
Well,
And
yeah, but
even though you can argue the point that a Christian is not, the category of religion or ideology is slightly different than, or very different than, let's say, race or some other variation. The key anchor in all this is the boxing of people in under categories. So you can replace the topic with anything. Once you start getting into this boxing in of people, you're pretty much becoming the
Eloy,
intolerant bigot
the
that you
category
fight
you were
against.
being boxed into was your own category of Christian,
yeah, but
broadly.
No,
and
I'm not.
also
I'm not.
to
I'm
double
not
up on that,
arguing. I'm not arguing my.
Eloy,
Okay.
listen, you're talking about a response to bigotry. So this frustration from the atheists and the trans and the gay people is a response to bigotry. We are the ones aggrieved. We are the ones being attacked. We are the ones being told there are like 20 states where an atheist can't hold office today. And so the response to that bigotry is naturally anger. And your response to the anger is not like, man, that is fucked up, you're being punished, I'm going to talk to my own belief and say, hey, I'm going to fight for you because it's right. Is to say, well, if you guys get too uppity, I'm just going to side with them. And that's the thing. It's basically telling Martin Luther King, don't get too uppity because then the whites might beat you down. It's a power play. It's permission to have resistance, and it just triggers a lot of people in the wrong way. And that's how you came off to me. I don't know if that's what you meant. I'm just telling you how my
Okay.
perspective was.
So I'll what I'll do is I'll reflect on that. I don't think that that's what I meant, but I don't want to discredit what you're saying because you're careful with your words anyhow. Even though you may, I feel that you're missing the mark with me, but I'm not being disrespectful with that. I'm just saying I'll give that thought because that is an interesting angle. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. I'll give that thought, although I don't think that that's kind of what I'm doing, but I'll give it thought just the same because maybe
Yeah, and
there's
that's fair
something
enough.
there.
And Eloy,
I
listen to you talk.
really
You're pretty
appreciate
cool
your
for
saying
Christian.
that,
Just
Eloy.
want to say that.
And
You
good.
seem like a decent guy. Just so
I
You
am
seem like a really
glad.
good guy, actually.
I was gonna say I like everyone here, our entire panel, and we are actually going to switch into outros. Oz, I am actually going to have you start us off. We have been skeptic and ranting on if you need religion to be good, you are bad. However, I do want to thank our entire panel, our mods, and of course all of the watchers out there, the watchers on the wall. We are going into our skeptic and ranting outros. Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Oz. It was lovely having you on. I really do want to
Great to have you, Oz.
gang and send everyone over to the Atheist Network group. But Oz, I really want to ask you, what do you got going on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
Actually, February 6th, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, the amazing Mark Reid and the amazing James W. will be part of the relaunch of UDC Ultimate Debate Championship, and
There we go.
they'll be debating
Popping the cherry.
excuse me, should the death penalty be abolished. So that's it. And then the group, the hip hop group that I DJ for, we start our Midwest tour this Saturday. So if you're in the Midwest, you want dates, whatever, you can hit us up at Tangang, and we can fill you with that. But as far as the topic is concerned, yes, I hold my position. Religion poisons everything. And yes, if you subscribe to the book, we have problems. Why? Because the book commands, orders, and lays out all of the reasons why you should do and behave in really, really harmful damaging, abusive, and traumatizing ways to other humans. And I'll say that. And then I want to finish by saying I appreciate what Mark said, but I want to come back to that. I'm not speaking from a place of hurt or damage or anything like that. I'm speaking now because I've went through years of therapy now to get through all of that. I'm now speaking from a place of I am not willing to be tolerant of those that are intolerant. I'm not going to be okay or be charitable to those that share the ideas, share the beliefs of those that hate my friends, the people that I love, the people that I care about. I'm not going to be charitable to them, and I'll be respectful, but I will not be charitable. I will 100% with everything I have push back against it. So that's it. I love y'all. Tang gang.
Tang gang.
Love you guys, Tang gang. And I'll say it again and show it up on screen. You should all be checking out that UDC debate between both of our own JSW and Mark Reid. Go check it out. Thank you so very much, guys, for coming on.
Hey, is there like an after show where I can chat with y'all?
Why, there is an after show. In fact, there is a after party open on the Skeptic and Ranting Discord, the link of which is in the server below. I also lost my chair. Sometimes you lose things to cats.
That's crazy. I'm in there.
Damn cats.
Cats, they're taking over. Even that one sleeping up there.
They always do.
Can't see it with the microphone. There's a kitty up there. And all right, we're going down the list. Thank you so much, Oz. And with that, 888, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting. Oh, yes. On If You Need Religion to Be Good, You're Bad. I hope you had a fun time. What you got going on in the interwebs? And, of course, what are your final thoughts?
You know, I've been I'm a big fan of Egyptian cotton. I recently got into tamales. You guys like tamales?
You bet.
What's going on?
Oh yeah.
I like tamales nowadays.
Touch, is this like which channel did we switch? I
don't know.
Trying to think what it's called in Rick and Morty. Which interdimensional?
This is now Tamale and Ranting.
But I just want to say thank you so very much for being
Thanks for coming on.
Oh, can I say a joke?
Yes, you can.
Chili today, hot tamale.
Have you noticed testicles? They're kind of like anti-rape devices.
I didn't hear the first part, but that's okay. I'm not going to ask to say it again. Thank you so very much. It is lovely having you on. And like I said, the link to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord is in the description, and everyone is going to be heading to the after party. But as we go along to...
I took a yoga class because it could cure my ED. It worked.
Really? That's awesome.
I
just have to ask, how's the mat holding up?
Huh?
That study peer reviewed.
Never mind.
The mat
Sorry.
is holding up fantastically. He's replaced
Awesome.
himself with the mat, and the mat just holds up. What are we talking about? We are going into outros. Matt Tesoro, we're continuing down outros.
Awesome. So, name's Matt Asaro. I have debated online extensively for the last decade and a half. You can find me all over Ars Technica and Reddit. Same name. So if you Google Matt Asaro, you'll see me. Think about moving into the voice side of it because I like arguing, and this is fun. My final thoughts is I do believe that if you need religion to be good, you're a bad person. But I also think 95% of people are bad people if you judged everyone by that level. I mean, the internal mechanisms with which we justify our decisions are opaque, and everyone has a little bit of a difference. And I don't necessarily judge someone for saying, well, I shouldn't kill someone because God would be mad, because at the end of the day, they decided not to kill someone, and that's a good thing. So I'm going to give that a thumbs up. As far as the white guilt, Christian guilt angle, I think that it's very hard as a human to not take these things personally. It's a natural reaction to hear about a problem of a group that you belong to and not take it as your problem. And I think the only thing, my guiding principle is try to do the right thing and stand up against people doing the wrong thing. And so I used to be really militant. I'm very not now. I'm past that, but I do feel that if someone is religious, that's fine. But if they're not in their churches speaking out against the bigotry that's coming from the said churches, then they are part of the problem. And while I might not like personally judge them harshly, it's still their problem. It's on all of us to speak to our institutions to make them better. It's on me to be a better white man so that I don't, make the situation worse. It's on a Christian to be a better Christian to not make the situation worse. And it's on atheists to not be complete assholes, because, that does turn a lot of people off. I'm absolutely not saying anyone here was that. So don't misread that. You're cool. The guy who was angry. I get you. I'm on the same. Yeah, Oz.
Oz is a good guy.
But yeah, and it's okay to be angry, because like I said in the chat, my whole family pretty much disowned me because I'm an atheist, and that's no small loss. They're all Trump voters, so I don't really give a shit. But at the same time, my story is common. It's almost one of the most traumatic experiences. I think coming out as gay is probably the only thing that's worse. Like, telling my parents I was an atheist was very difficult because they did not like that news. And I think that you're very much right, Mark. There is a trauma behind a lot of people who are not religious, and there is a lot of sense of anger, and I felt that for a long time. And the bottom line is, for me, it's reciprocating what we're receiving. If there was a war about religion between atheists, gays, and Christians, I would blame the Christians for starting that war, because gays don't go out going, hey, I hate Christians today. But there are a metric fuck ton of Christians who go out saying, where are those gay people? And so I think the onus to prevent the war is on them. And I don't think retaliating to bigotry and intolerance with intolerance is wrong. I'm a firm believer in the paradox of intolerance. You cannot allow Nazi-type beliefs to take hold. It is okay to fight those to tooth and nail. And I think that that's what you need for a free society. I think some ideas don't deserve respect. The idea that some people don't deserve the right to exist is not an idea that needs to be debated. It's an idea that needs to be buried. And you can find me on the internet. I'm Matt Starl at YouTube and all that stuff. And it was really fun. And I'm hoping to come back and try again and have some fun.
You're awesome, man. I love you.
You're awesome.
It was fantastic to have you on.
Very well said.
And
can I say another joke?
Yes, you can, while I get his channel up, or Gizmo gets his channel up.
You know how there's Beyond Meat?
Uh-huh.
Why isn't there like Beyond Veggie for people that don't like to eat veggies? Or Beyond Pussy for people that don't eat pussy?
That sounds good.
I saw that. Thank you so very much. And I am.
They should make gay haunted houses for homophobics. Homophobiacs. What is it called?
Oh, yes.
Hold on one second.
I'm sorry if I'm loud.
No, you're fine. I always feel bad. You can say as many jokes as you want over me.
Oh, really? I got a ton.
I feel like I got them all.
I got all these things.
Well, I also want to just put up so many banners, so little time.
Yeah, if you're looking for my channel, don't worry. There's like 2 videos on it. I haven't done the YouTube thing, got it done yet.
Oh, really? See, but I think I found you.
Oh, yeah, I've got like a video. I've got a couple videos, but it's not something I would like check out my weekly uploads. It's like check out my yearly uploads.
Hey, well, maybe soon to be said. Still, I am happy to have you on. Exactly. Oh, see.
When I grew up, I used to think that girls just had the penis backwards and they had the butthole in the front.
That's incorrect.
Are you telling us?
Is that a joke or an admission?
Well, and I think basically this
I
is
thought
just
they had the
another
bottle in the
example.
front.
This right now is just another example of how religious people have eliminated the sex education in schools, and this poor guy doesn't know anything about how vaginas work, and it's all the Christians' fault.
Eh?
I agree.
Oh my God.
All right, with that, wow. Somehow the universe
Seriously.
really, I didn't believe into a god or goddess, but my lord, somehow we're talking about butts and Beavesy.
I think the Holocaust could only happen on a flat Earth.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm sorry to Scott. Please, he doesn't know from what he says. Anyway, Beavesy, we are skeptic and ranting on if you need religion to be good, you're bad. I swear, somewhere in there we were. I hope you had a good time. And what are your final thoughts?
Those jokes are just reminding me about the time I carried a tire. It's just that I dropped it and it fell flat. Okay, back to the being serious, but the idea of saying that you need anything to actually be a good person already dictates that you cannot be a good person because you can only enforce your actions based on others. I don't look at things as good or bad because I don't like the idea of philosophical arguments. They fall down to the judgment of last Judaism, and they really do not have any true argument to actually stand for it because we cannot prove that reality exists, and we cannot prove that God exists. He does not. Neither of those can actually be carried any sort of weight. All we can do is accept within the reality that we accept, and these are the ones that we can live in, and then look at things of what is beneficial and what is detrimental, and we should abide by anything that creates the most beneficials and oppose anything that is detrimental, either to individuals or a group.
I mean, I think atheists are just scared of ghosts.
They're kind of spooky. Thank you so very much, Beavesy. Lovely to have you on as always. And keep worshiping that ass. And with that, we're bringing us in the middle of the pack. It was, we have multiple headliners. But Eloy, I really do want to thank you for coming on tonight as we have lots of back and forth. Sometimes we actually do have a good 2-3 multiple Christians who come on, some Muslims. But it was good to have the back and forth as we skeptic and rant.
It was all you tonight.
Religion to be good, you're bad. I hope you had a fun time, Eloy. Where are you on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, I want to thank you guys for this episode. It was engaging, and the fact that I was so my intention wasn't to defend this position of Christianity per se. It was more looking at the issue of the definition of good. Like, if you're going to have a sentence that says, do you need religion, and then, for good and bad, what are the parameters of good and bad? What's the actual definition? So that was my focus. But as a consequence, with the label that I have that's opposite of everybody else's here that I'm aware of, I got all this incoming that is actually beneficial. Number one, just coming on here, which is completely opposite to my belief system completely, in terms of probably even politics, as I've heard hinted. I think it's beneficial to me as well. I mean, it serves whatever purpose it serves for everyone individually. But for me, it serves a purpose because I get to hear all these things coming my way, and then seeing how that all fleshes out. Not even now, just now, but even later, I'll ponder these things. I think it's beneficial for me on that level, and I'm sure that it'll be beneficial for people out there to whatever degree it will be for them. So, yeah, so I think that's a good thing. I was displeased with the one person that was slightly what I got out of his thing. And I'm sure the person is a nice person and individual. I think that what was said I can't tolerate whatsoever. Me personally, I find it not. I don't want to harp on that, but I already mentioned why I find it not tasteful or agreeable. But um, with all the things said, one of the things that stuck out at the end was this issue over trauma connected to church and individual things, and I think that came from Mark, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that that's a good point too, which is something that I'm adjacent to in terms of the concept of individuals having experience.
Was he the dude that looked like Mr. Clean fucked Hellboy?
I don't know.
My dad? Huh. Right back to you, Eloy.
Yeah. So no, nothing. I just wanted to say that I do understand that concept because we are individuals and we have different experiences, which is another thing that I keep on cycling through. But my experiences, or for better or worse, are not the same as other people's. I am slightly adjacent, aware of that concept, um, and so I think it's good to look onto people when you cross them in the street, wherever you are, um, as human beings and equal to you. So that's fundamental to me, um, but yet contradictory to many of you out there, possibly considering that label of Christian. There's a lot of contradictions in human beings, and I'm sure you can find a few in yourselves. Um, and I think that that's part of the story. Humans are complicated. So I've interacted and learned a lot of things that I'm going to process because I enjoyed that. And I don't mean harm to the one person. It's just that what he said I don't like, not because of a personal necessarily, but the grouping of people. Again, I don't want to harp on it, but I find that you could do that with any other group, and that would be considered not something nice. But that said, that's my bit. I appreciate it, Amy and James, and nothing. Everybody else that was here, Duchess and Stephanie, and the gentleman that I argued with, Mark.
And if I could just say one last thing, and I'll let you have the final sentence. I just know that both of you are mensches. I know that Oz. I know that you're a mensch,
Absolutely.
Eloy. I know Oz is a mensch, and so I'm hoping maybe future good conversations. I like this conversation as spicy as it did the whole panel, but I'm just adding that in there.
Okay, well, I mean, again, my intention is to wish goodwill onto others, um, and that might not be another person's intent that has some of my same qualities or beliefs or this or that or who knows what. I know all I know, considering reality that someone was talking about earlier, whether it's real or not. All I know is that I view the world through my eyes, and when I move my arms because my brain says so, I guess that's me doing it. So I'm kind of like responsible for myself and my actions. I do belong to a greater world out there. I don't, so, I think we should do good to other people. So I do believe this. And again, it might sound contradictory to some of you considering the religious question. But unfortunately, some people are going to go ahead and believe things that you won't agree with, um, intellectually or fundamentally, just through your concept of reason. And I think that accept it or not, I'm gonna have to be myself, but I don't want to wish force against you guys. And so that's my take. Thank you guys. I enjoyed it.
Thanks, Eloy.
Thank you so very much, Eloy. All right.
Yeah, Oz is a really good
guy.
guy. He can be a little direct for some people, but he doesn't mean, he comes from a good place.
I was gonna say, I think sometimes I think not just Oz, but I think all of us skeptics. Sometimes we lead on something that I think is spicy. Sometimes too depends on the theist. Like I always say that I would always, if the Christianity was real, I would be on Team Satan. That I would join and be on the opposition to God. And they always say that tends to be very spicy. But I'm going to hand it over actually just very quickly. I'm going to just interject before we get to Stephanie. I just want to hand it over very quickly to James W., who we just all need to remind everyone out there, and it's very true, not just Gizmo, but we need to give a shout out to James W., who never
thank
gets
you,
enough
DeFreak.
love.
Thank you, DeFreak, for the. We love you, DeFreak. Thanks for coming in our chat,
right.
engaging with people, and yeah, great to have you as part of the channel.
Exactly. Sending that love right back, and the entire Skeptic and Ranting community is also hugging James W., mostly because he fed Gizmo. But that's why we're doing it.
Definitely.
Thank you so very much, James and DeFreak. And all right. Actually, let me allow the cat to go.
Thanks, Dorna.
That you're going to watch me get the cat out. So I can close the door. So one cat goes in, one cat goes out. Okay, now I can properly hand it over to Stephanie. That was not me. That was actually... I just want you to know, Beamsy, I didn't want to wait till afterwards, but you did your little voice changer, and then you're like, now let's get serious, but the voice changer never cut. And so you did your entire serious outro with like, but that made it funny to me. I'm just gonna say, I don't know whether you purposely did that or not.
There you go.
Okie dokie. Let's hand it over to Stephanie. As we have been, I swear to you, Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good, you're bad. I hope you had a fun time. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Oh, please stop.
What?
Oh, it's her voice, her connection.
Oh.
It's making you sound like an elf.
You're roboting.
Yeah, it's bad.
Definitely.
Oh. Okay.
Well,
Well, here.
AI overlords have gotten stiff.
What we'll do instead, Stephanie, we'll just keep on going down, just reset, and we'll keep on going down. In fact, we are going to go. We have Duchess of Clutches. Thank you so very much for Skeptic and Ranting with us. We have been talking. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. What do you got going on in the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts on anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, if you need a book to tell you not to harm people, then at heart, you're probably a bad person. Belief is a choice, right? You choose to believe in religion. You might be born to religious parents, but at the end of the day, when you're adult especially, you choose that to go on with it. If you ideologically support Christianity, then you are part of the problem, but a small part. Not the same as somebody involved in, drafting laws, legislation, all that stuff. And I will say, trans legislation is just like the flavor of the week. Christians have been trying to mold society through legislation forever. It's not new, whether it be through things like censorship, infiltrating the education system, pearl clutchers at PTA meetings, all those sorts of things. So I think it's a problem, and it's sad to see that it's kind of taken on this iteration this time. I will say as well, just regarding your show, I really I'm kind of new to it, and I have always really enjoyed good, civil conversations. I think maybe it got a little spicy tonight, but at the end of the day, I think this was really, really civil. And I only joined Discord a couple months ago, so when I was kind of looking around for places to go, I was like, oh yeah, I'll go look for some kind of political discussions. So I searched for politics in Discord, and I found the politics server. So I was like, yeah, this will be a good place, where people are really having interesting conversations, and so I get into one, and as soon as I spoke, some random guy said he wanted to drag his balls across my forehead. So I'm just really happy to be in
This is the cutest.
Oh, the
person
old
I've
internet
heard.
welcome.
That's the cutest
Yeah.
voice ever.
So yeah, thank you. Thanks everybody.
Thank you so very much, Duchess.
You are adorable.
Yeah, it's good that you're
I
here.
love you.
I think that you add a lot to the conversation, Duchess. I really do.
Thank you,
really
Mark.
appreciate
Thank you, Duchess.
It's really great talking to all of you, and Mark, you're part of the reason I kind of came on too, because I always really enjoyed your style. So thanks everybody.
Thank
Thanks,
you
Duchess.
so very much, Duchess. If I ever remove
Punch
you
them
off the
pearls,
screen,
keep them
I think
close.
it was just for your own safety there for a second. But yes, cats also.
Ain't she the cutest?
Who doesn't love cats?
She's the cutest.
Very rambunctious. Yes. Also, I'm sending love out there. I see a whole bunch. I just want to send, as we're about to get Stephanie queued up again, sending love to Will Stewart. You should all be checking out Will Stewart 365 out there.
Oh, Will is around. I haven't seen Will for ages.
I got another joke.
Is it TOS safe? You can say anything politically incorrect, but not as long as it's TOS.
Yeah, it's TOS safe.
Okay, go.
I realized that I'm homophobic because, I was frightened the other day by some gays, and I realized it's kind of like arachnophobia because I'm an arachnophobe too. Like the other day, I'm like, "Fuck you, spider! Get out of my neighborhood!" All right, that was it.
I must be an 888 phobe after that.
I actually have a thing. Can I tell you how crazy
I'm
I
sorry
am?
about that one.
This is how bad I am, but I have a thing because I don't want to kill bugs, and so I have this amazing device that it actually you can capture. You just put it on the area, and then you can actually get.
Oh, it's like the cup with the paper underneath, but
Yeah, and then what's great is that if you want to look at them before you let them go, it has a magnifying glass on the ends.
You mean built-in sun to torture them device, right?
Oh no, I wouldn't want that.
Oh,
An
hell
insect
yeah.
with a magnifying
No,
glass.
no, you pick that up and you put that in the soup. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god, it's something
You
like
get that
both of
spider
those,
soup.
I guess, are equal equivalent ways to using it. But I want to send. I saw, like I said, I hope. I'm not sure what's going on between Diesel and Oz. I'm sending love to both of them because he's giving out love.
I feel like when us millennials are homeless, we'll be holding up our master's degrees instead of, "Can I get a beer?"
Wait, sorry, I was thinking he's what was I also? There was more of a nerdy rodent doorknob head, and all right, Marshall. Hey, Marshall, thinking of Diesel again. All right, let's get Stephanie in here.
Cancer wards. What about Sagittarius wards?
Okay. Do I still sound like a
Yes. Oh, you're good.
Okay. So.
Hey, what's up, beautiful? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
I think you need to chill for a minute.
All right.
But Stephanie, we have been.
You can do whatever the hell you want. I don't give a fuck.
Hey, I appreciate it.
We have been skeptic and ranting on if you need religion to be good, you're bad. But what I want to ask you is, what are your final thoughts?
Okay. Chilling a bit. Skeptic Haven on Saturday, this coming Saturday, talking about domestic abuse and religion. That ought to be interesting. And then on Sunday, I'm on Pocket Locker 86's channel and just sort of chilling.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And yeah, that's what's coming up. As far as tonight, it was great discussion. I think that I don't know. I think I said what I said, and it's. I want people to just reflect on the here and now and not on the hereafter, because the hereafter is going to come, whether it exists or not. We're all going to kick the bucket, some of us sooner than later. And it'd be a damn shame if we didn't do the best we could to make life a little bit better for the people around us. Regardless of our resentments or our joys or our sorrows, I think we ought to share more joys, and we ought to be able to share our sorrows, and realize that we're all just human beings, and try to be the best human beings we can for each other, not for God, because we invented God. We all invent our gods. We tell ourselves stories. It's one of the beautiful things about humanity is our capacity to invent beautiful stories and terrifying stories. And, from my fellow Maynard, Stephen King has done a good job in that. But we can all share our stories and be better for it and make each other's lives better for our being here. So, be kind to each other, okay? Oh, by the way, I'll show my own channel. Steffi Cath, at Steffi Cath on YouTube is my channel, and I've got one video of me preaching to a Methodist church as an atheist on Transgender Day of Remembrance, and a couple of live streams. I was on Purple's live stream, and I did one, and I hope to do some more. But it's really important that, to me especially, in very challenging times, to reach out and try to at least describe the fact that I'm a human being, and you really don't want to kill me. I'll be dead soon enough. You don't need to hasten the day.
Well, don't throw you out too fast, because you're sticking around to do more Skeptic and Ranting. Thank you so very much, Stephanie, for joining us again. It was lovely having you, and we're going right down. As whenever I have the gears turning, I'd rather it just, the beams always feel awkward. Can I show off more cats? We'll just show off more cats.
The beamsy feels awkward.
The beamsy feels awkward. Hi, Penelope. I know. She's like, I'm grooming.
Oh, who's a good kitty?
She is.
Where's Buttercup? Is she gone?
Buttercup she has to be. Oh no, Buttercup. She has her little nest.
She's all the way on the top. Okay.
Yes.
I see.
Yes. I think I am in my 30s, so I have 3 cats. That generally checks out.
You're in your 30s? You don't look a day over 29.
See, I just want you to know that flattery gets you everywhere. I once had.
You can call me Alec.
You can call you what?
Alec.
Alec, it's so nice to meet you, Alec. Can I call 1-888?
I just typed some shit in there.
Sending love, and I do want to send. I think we're going to eventually upload the interview because I thought it was a good interview. I thought we had a really good time. I thought it was a blast.
Amy, you're the future. You're the future.
Well, thank you. I think you're pretty cool too. A $5 super chat from Diesel, from Empathy, Respect. Stephanie, you are a wonderful person. Please come in my podcast. I really did have to put the emphasis on that. It shouldn't have been naughty, but do you notice where my brain
I
It
mean,
just automatically.
whip out a sex toy or something. I would never mind. I won't do that.
No, that's a much later podcast.
Stephanie, you're the homie.
But that's true, Stephanie. We gotta hook you up, get you another interview with Diesel, sharing out on empathy, respect.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you so much for the
Thanks,
support
Diesel.
times 2, Diesel. You really have been sending in the love, and we're trying to send that love back. The only Amy. Oh my. That'd be a really weird program. It's like, yes, the latest in Socratic method. Oh, I can't even. What am I supposed to?
No,
anyway,
stop it. Just stop it.
Oh, thanks so much, Randolph Richardson. Woo! Yes, really sending in the love.
Only Newman.
And we're sending only Newman. Yeah, see, you would think that'd be a hot program, but it's just him going over and over, Jerry. Little bit different of a Newman. All right, let's keep on going down the list before we get so irreverent we hit Planet 9.
Hello, Newman.
I want you to know that basically defined. That's all I heard growing up. I didn't even know I had not watched Seinfeld, and people would just be like, "Hello, Newman." And I'd be like, okay. Yes, we are going to. Apparently, I mean, this whole episode apparently was from the channel Missed the Mark, which makes no sense. The dude's name was Chris, and he had a channel with his main video hitting the mark. Nonetheless, we have a mark. Mark Reid. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good. You're bad. I hope you had a fun time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I always have fun. Yeah, I was thinking briefly maybe I should call my channel Hitting the Mark, but then I'd be scared that people would beat the crap out of me. But anyway,
X marks the spot.
X marks the spot.
There's a lot of mark things.
Sure. Yeah, there are. It works well. So I basically do debate. I do discussions. I do morality. I do all kinds of stuff. It's all on my website. I'll grab you the link just in case anybody's interested. It's fun. We have fun over there. We do some other stuff, but it's mostly debate and like sort of putting my ideas up against others and seeing which ones rationally hold the water and which ones don't. I love to put my ideas up against others, criticize where they fall down. I do change my mind from time to time. I think people think that I can't be convinced, but I can be. It just requires rationality and logic rather than any kind of feelings-based stuff. Look, with religion, I don't think you need religion. If you do need religion to be good, you're bad. I think I do agree with that. Most people don't need religion to be good, and they think they do because religion has convinced them, hey, without religion you'll just go out murdering or you'll just go out doing this stuff, and it's not the case. It's most people will not do that just simply because they do have a sense of empathy for others, and that's all they need. As for the whole thing between Oz and Eloy, I hope that you come to some kind of understanding that I dislike the book that's behind religion. I dislike some of the teachings that some religions and some sects and some denominations put into practice. But most Christians are not living their lives and not implementing their morals according to what the Bible says, and that's fine with me. I'm good with that. I don't expect them to change their beliefs, their worldview. All I need them to do is have a compatible morality with what we all have, our secular morality. I do stand by the comment that religion sort of plays catch up to secular morality, that it's always sort of going, no, these groups are bad. And then as society evolves and moves onwards and says, hey, we're not going to treat people like this anymore, they sort of play catch up. And I do think that perhaps adhering to the morality of a book can hold you back, because as somebody pointed out, morality is always changing. It's always being updated. And something like the Bible or like a holy text, it doesn't give you any kind of moral guidance on what we're going to do in the future. Is asteroid mining bad? Is it good or bad? Is doing gene therapy and changing the way that your DNA works and implementing these technologies, is AI good or bad? That you will not find anywhere in the Bible that's going to tell you what is good or bad about these things, or whether they are good or bad. Only interpretations based upon vague passages. And I think we can do better than that. We can sort of say, is this good for the well-being of humanity and societies, and will it cause humans to flourish, or won't it? And if you can base your morality on your interpretation of the Bible, as long as it is compatible with what we're trying to do in society. But if you're going to base your interpretation on the bigotry and hatred that sort of we've seen in the past, not understanding how it affects people, but if you're going to base it in that, then yeah, we've got a problem, because myself and other free thinkers, and even most Christians, will be disagreeing with you and saying, hey, that's completely unacceptable, and rightly so. But again, I don't expect them to change their beliefs to fit with my morality, just that our moralities are able to work together. And I think that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So I've got nothing. And I do want to say, just lastly, I do want to say just a big props for Eloy. It's really difficult to step into a room where everybody disagrees with you. Incredibly difficult. And he was honest, gave his honest opinions. And I want to really thank him for that. He was a really good guy. And, I really enjoyed talking with him, and I'd love to again. So big props to Eloy. I think he should get the star of the show, because he really stood up for his beliefs, and that's fine. And I think that there's nothing that he's doing that's immoral or
He
bad
hung in there.
or horrible. Yeah, absolutely. And that's difficult when people disagree with you, and I give him full merit for that. But I don't think he's a bad guy. But I think that if you are in a religion, like if your church is saying these things about some minorities in our society, and you stand idly by, then that is a decision in and of itself. It's often said that all you need for evil to win is for good people to do nothing, and at that stage, the doing nothing is the immorality. And I'd love if Eloy thought about that, and maybe he could be an ally to those people that desperately need it right now, especially in sort of Christianity, where some of the stuff that you hear is just nothing but vitriol and hatred, and it sometimes feels that's all that's coming out from there. I know that's not the case, because I meet people like Eloy, who's a great person, but we need people to stand up, and so stand up. That's me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks,
Thank you so very much, Mark. We are about to do 3 different things. I am about to, well, first of all, I am going to put Stephanie on screen for just one more second to just show her channel up there, because we want to get her to her 100 and then eventually her 1,000, and it all starts with you, the viewer out there. So please, the Skeptic and Ranting community, go to YouTube at STEPHICATH and help Stephanie get those subscribers, and we'll have some good skeptic fun with her. Thank you so very much, Stephanie, again for
good,
joining
clean
us.
skeptic fun.
That's right, good, clean skeptic fun.
Thanks, Stephanie. Very beautiful eyes.
And we are then going to add in, for his intro outro, Diesel, we are Skeptic and Ranting on If You Need Religion to Be Good, You're Bad. Welcome to the panel, the outro, the intro, and all the above. What are your thoughts about anything?
Yeah, just 1 second. There's a lot to add onto this, and I'm not going to do that because I don't have enough time. Just real quick, I just wanted to say specifically to Stephanie that I was really touched by a lot of the things that she had to say, and I really hope that I could get to talk to her at some point. And I just definitely, if she has felt that she's in threat by Christians or anyone who would want to see her psychologically or physically, I know I shouldn't apologize for someone else, but that's, as Christians, we just got to stand up for that and say that we're here, even if we don't agree with everything about, I don't agree with everything about my own self, but we should still be supportive and respectful. And I apologize on their parts. That's all I have to say.
If anyone fucks with Stephanie or Amy, they're fucking with me. Huh?
Thank you so very much, Diesel. Thank you so very much, 888. And all right, I think it's only the pilots now. And thank you, Diesel, again for all of the all of the support that you've given and the great interview. I think we're going to upload, as long as you have an objection, we're eventually going to upload that interview. I think I'm going to be uploading a discussion I had with a gravity teacher. He teaches gravity at Wife Beating University, I think was the. Oh, okay. I had a conversation.
Slamming women to the ground.
Yes, and so
what university?
I think it was Wife Beating University. I'd have to check.
Good Lord.
I know, and they give degrees to almost anyone.
Girl Deck University.
Yeah, at the Girl Deck level. All right, let's hand it over to the man with a plan. He's going on Tangang. He's going
look,
on
Simo's
to
just
UBC.
popped in chat.
And actually, I just noticed, same with Mark. We had 2, but the co-pilot, the debating me, bra himself.
Coming up.
James, that's right. What are your thoughts about, this one really was as...
Is that Red Band?
No, this is just the Red Band trailer. But it really was as bad as we thought tonight. Like, I mean, this guy...
It was a spicy one. We haven't... Yeah. Oh, that guy? Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty bad. We had to get that one off. That was just uncalled for. But kind of a contentious discussion tonight. But I think we got to discuss a few difficult topics that people have a lot of passions about and things that affect people personally. So that always gets people, when you're personally invested in something and you care about it that much because it affects your life. So, what else can we say? But I got my debate on Monday, so come check that out on Tang. And have a good night, guys. Go to bed. It's almost 7.
I know.
I would, but I want to debate. I want to debate someone.
You know what? I need to talk with Math Pig, not just about adding ranks, which I have been meaning to have another discussion. We almost have that. I would like to not only have ranks, but I'd like to inexperience the politics and religion server, and I think the politics server. I know the PNR server is gamified. Like, the more you talk, the more you level up. And so I think that's a great way to kind of build that in, as well as Randolph Richardson's reminding everyone to come to the Theist Helpline Sunday, February 5th.
But that's my mom's birthday. I can't go to that.
Well, then just give her that as a birthday gift. Oh, it's just teasing you. No, you should be with your mom.
What are you, crazy?
No. I'm a little bit of a mama's gal myself, though I love my dad too. He's a pretty amazing guy. I
love your dad too. That with Goldie.
Oh my. Well,
I want to have sex with your father.
Remember?
I mean, as long as he's into it.
I'm not even gay. I'm trying to fuck your dad.
Okay. I mean, it sounds a little gay, but it's okay if it is or isn't, I guess.
I mean, when I close my eyes.
It's like a postmodern deconstructed gay.
But then why are you having sex with him? You're closing your eyes and you're thinking, okay, we're thinking you've too far into the joke.
Because
we're going. You're about to improv. I felt it, but it's okay.
Yeah, because he's as beautiful as you.
Why? Thank you. Somehow that got weirdly wholesome. We're gonna just keep on.
Well, that means I'm never mind.
You're like, I can keep on going. I'm on fire. I'm sending you so much
I'm on fire tonight, motherfuckers. I'm high. I'm drunk. I'm having fun.
That sounds good to me, as long as you're having a good time. And I do want to remind all of the Patreons out there, we're trying to get over to the 200 cap, and we're also trying to summon Carrot Top. So there's going to be impromptu debate use upcoming for just to make props and stuff for funsies.
You mean the greatest comedian of all time?
That's right. I have never heard of more true state. Though I do kind of like my Bill Burr while he's alive. Stay alive, Bill Burr. Who? He's an up and coming comic. But I am. Did Amy?
He's no William Montgomery.
Not indeed. On fire or on fever? Well, thank you. That's right. Not only if you are a Patreon or a channel member with our evolving badge system that triggers young Earth creationists, you can also have a chance to be produced by someone who is at least related to space lizards who get lasers. Space lizards who get lasers. Say that 3 times fast.
Coming to a space lizard. Coming to a space lizard. Coming to a space lizard.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So anyway, I forgot the one sentence in the 3 seconds you said that. And you could be produced right down there. And so I am looking to help people either launch, build, or monetize their YouTube channel. It turns out you can't actually buy subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. Over now. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that on DVD number 5? Is that on there? Oh. Oh, look at that. Thank you so very much, Diesel.
Thanks,
Diesel
empathy,
is
respect.
sending $5 more that helps us cut through all of the nonsense as we get our big brains, but even though we have even bigger hearts.
Oh, I think I tested this joke here before, but tell me what you think of it. I don't understand anal cream pies, because at least oral cream pies you could taste them.
That's true. It's very hard.
Because with anal cream pies you got to shove them up your asshole.
Well, it just sounds like you're not brave enough because you should eat it. It's between 2 buns.
That's
Huh?
true. We're getting a lot of wisdom.
Gummy bears. What about gummy twinks?
Now we're talking. Thank you so very much, Diesel, for the props, and I'm sending that love.
Remember the good old days when doggy style was when you had sex with a dog?
But I like
Dog
that you're
fucker
throwing them
confirmed.
out. Let me tell you, that's the most important thing. Is to throw the jokes out, so you don't know if they're gonna land.
Hey, my girlfriend got a yeast infection. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Make some bread with that shit?
I'll thank you so much, love, Randolph Richardson.
Good Lord.
And that's right. It's the
Big
pipe
G
of
is not impressed.
professionalism. It's not serious. But we're
0 stars in the jokes?
everyone.
Huh?
Oh no! I'm
He's not
giving
impressed.
8 out of 8 would rate great.
Oh my God. I got to get a better joke then.
Um,
Taking things in your own hand. Remember, that sounds like holding your cock. I don't know.
you got really mad. You beat yourself to the punchline before it hit your words. They started thinking about it. It's okay. It's okay. I've been there. With that, I really do hope that you all had. Oh, and I need to typey. I hope you all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting.
The Green Bay Packers should be the first trans football team
Why?
because they're Packers.
Okay, that was the joke. Oh, Green Bay, Pack. Yeah,
That's
Went so
They
over.
pack
The,
like a
the
fake
fudge
Dickie.
packers.
Got you.
The
Fudge
fudge
packing.
packers.
Yes, I hope that you all enjoyed this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. Where we watched a video from the channel Missing the Mark from a guy named Chris. I'm still gonna keep on saying that. I can't. It bothers me. From the video, I can't even say it. Stupid things atheists say. If you need religion to be good, you're bad. And apparently there's going to be more of these. There's like a whole stupid things atheists say, which is basically going to be a whole stupid things Christians say series. Woo!
Well, you know what, Amy? This this chat has been so intense. I thought we were camping.
Dad, that's a dad joke of the day. Hello, Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Dada.
Coal miners are gay because they like shafts. All right, I'm done.
Tip your waitress. So I hope that you enjoyed it for a good time being bad. However, I want to thank my co-host James W. along with our guest, Mark, Duchess of Clutches, Stephanie, Eloy, Atheist Jr., Beamsy, Oz, Matasaro, 888, and Diesel, as well as all the lovely people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy shows like this, well, then feel free to share. It helps us reach an even larger audience, especially if they're your family, friend, or someone you're debating. Or, hey, if you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow on Twitch. We're almost at 100. Or subscribe on YouTube. Woohoo! And once you do, you get access to that bell icon, which when set to all, will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams like this one. Sending so much love into chat, or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back as thanks on the next episode. After this show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server is opening up for the after party, the link of which is in the description below, along with all of our fantastic channel members, as well as our Patreon, one of our best ways to help us. We're trying to hit 200 over there to summon our Lord and prop savior, Carrot Top, as well as unlocking some unique perks at patreon.com/AB Newman. I am AB Newman, and we will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night or good day.
Good morning.
And so long, and thanks for all the fish.